latest masterpiece of fantasy storytelling from Lucasfilm's Brian Moriarty? Or it's an extraordinary adventure with an interface of magic, stunning high-resolution 3D landscapes, sophisticated score and musical effects, not to mention the detailed animation and special effects, elegant point-and-click control of characters, objects and magic spells. Beat the rush! Go out and buy Loon today!
Good morning, everybody.
This
How are you doing?
is my
boomstick. How you doing, Killick? Also, Lazy Crypt. Welcome in. Leave Yoshino Repito. I need to know how to pronounce that. I will figure that out one day. Yeah. No Pentium 3 today, just Pentium 2. How you guys doing? Hope you, I'm not sure who all's in the U.S., but if you're in the U.S., I hope you had a good Mother's Day. You went out with your mother or a relative that is a mother if you don't have access to your own. Hi, Mystic. Mystic has had a rough 2 days.
Hat, man.
A cat plushie. Mystic, do you want to sit on my head? He just turned his back to me and laid down on a scratching post, said nope. Yeah, I don't have one available currently. I'd have to hunt it down and dig it out. But if you select a different one, I could certainly do that. That was not what I could get it easily get to. As easily get to. But yeah, hope y'all had a good Mother's Day. How about the brains? Yeah, I need one of those. Always. I hate it when I drop my stick. Here we go. Oh yeah, I had something I wanted to show you guys too. I think it's kind of a treat. Hang on a second here. Let me grab it. I always forget that I have this, and it's not in great shape. So it was regularly used. It was very well used for a number of years. But my old Pac-Man lunchbox from when I was in elementary school. How cool is that? And if you can see the date, let's see if it'll show up sharp enough for you to actually make it out. But it's from 1980. Porkman, yeah. 1980. Bally Midway Manufacturing Company. Sadly, I don't know what happened to the thermos that went in it. Like I said, it was complete at one point, and I didn't throw it away. My mother actually found it in a box years ago and said, hey, and the thermos was gone, so it might have been separated somehow. But it's funny they even put it in there. Like I said, it was very well used. It's got some dents and scratches, but otherwise it's still bright and clear. With some scuffing, you can see it on Pinky's head. But yeah, so I always thought that was kind of cool, and I got another one too. Oops. And this is actually 10 years newer. A Super Mario Brothers tray. Little feet and everything. Obviously also not in great shape. That crease there. But it works. And it also is pretty bright and clear still. So yeah. So that would have been like what? I think I was in high school, sophomore maybe. Because that was the thing, man. Toad looks like he needs some help. Hang on. Yeah, that's true. So, yeah. Definitely looks like there's some fear in their mind with everybody except Mario. Even Luigi's running like, yo, Mario! An old classic Nintendo art. And this actually has a copyright stamped on it as 1989, so this had to have been my sophomore year. But those were great trays. Doesn't even have a body. Everything's attached to his head. I wonder how much... I'd have to go back and look and see what the modern art looks like compared to the older art. Because I wonder if there is some differences. Sometimes they change stuff. It's like looking at Mickey Mouse. He doesn't look the same as he did 80 years ago. He doesn't look the same as he did 50 years ago. He's slightly different. They're always, I guess, trying to conform to whatever the popular art style is, or when they feel it gets stale, trying to create a new one. I have no idea. But anyway, that's all I have. So let's see about some X-Files, the game. I'm gonna put this down. Actually, I can put this back up on the shelf. This will take just a moment once it loads. And I'm thinking I may make generous use of the Prima guide for this. This game does have some... I don't think there's any soft locks. I do know that it's one of those games that is very pixel hunty. For example, there's a scene in the warehouse that's notorious for people to miss. I'll point it out when we get there. I missed it. I walked around, I bet you, for an hour and a half and still couldn't find it. Thank you, Windows. I'm glad you're started. And I mean, it was a number of people who were like, yeah, just over there. Go look there. It's right there. I mean, even after I'd walked around for an hour, it was awful. But otherwise, it's really not that hard. It just doesn't always... It sometimes clearly tells you to do things, and it's easy to misunderstand how they want you to do it. 35 Stream Street. How you doing there, Pie? Welcome in. Still loading. This is from the days of Windows when they were like, yeah, you know, it takes about 2 minutes to get a working desktop. But I'm also using a CF card, which doesn't have the fastest, like, large file loading capabilities. If I used a more traditional hard drive, it would probably be a little quicker to load. What made me want to play X-Files again? I've been kind of wanting to play X-Files the game again for a while. Ever since Mike tried to play it not long after I did, I'm like, I really kind of want to play it again. The thing about the X-Files game for me, Pi, is that I love what they were trying to do. The artwork is so high quality. I mean, even the film and everything has a really almost high definition look to it. Now, granted, high definition, like 720p almost. It's not quite. I think you can get... what is it, 5 whatever on the DVD version, and this is probably more like 640 by 480, or whatever the widescreen variant of 480p would be. Hey, Lass, good morning. How you doing there? Dracados, welcome in, everybody. I also loved when you played it, you still have it in your big box on the shelf. Yeah, I'd love to get one. It doesn't seem to be too expensive. Of course, everything's expensive to me at the moment. But I was happy enough to get the discs. And also, when I reinstalled it for this playthrough, I double-checked all the discs. And, of course, the condition of the discs is virtually flawless. Like, there are not even really any fine scratches. The only thing that shows any signs of wear is... am I blurry? Not really. Is like the corner, you can see a little bit of dog earring on the corner there, and some wear there on the edges where it's been pulled up. But otherwise, even the little mini box with the discs are in great shape. No real visible signs of damage. So I'm happy with that. And I don't remember paying much for it. I think I paid like maybe 10 or 12 bucks for it used. And I didn't have a walkthrough. Yeah, exactly. In fact, I didn't have a walkthrough initially when I started playing it, and if it wasn't for Artyom, I wouldn't have got this. He managed to find it in all places at a Goodwill. And because I saw the sticker was still on it when I got it. He got it at a Goodwill, and it's in flawless shape, pretty much. So finished that one bullet. That one bullet was a pain. Yeah, I think I know which one you're talking about. The ending can be a little bit annoying, and then there's like there's sort of an action. Oh, yeah. I was just talking about that. Although I was thinking it was a cigarette butt. But anyway, let's see how bad I do. It was kind of sad. I was really embarrassed. Yeah, the facility was a pain. I was kind of embarrassed that I didn't manage to figure out how to hand over the files to my partner before leaving the office the first time. So I got to lower the volume for the music. In fact, I'll lower the volume for now just so that it doesn't blast you guys with the... Well, oops. Just skipped everything. We'll let the intro play. I never noticed that, but the cigarette was still lit. There was a little bit of smoke coming off of it, and the rat stuck his nose in the cherry and then shook his head. Yeah, this warehouse was a real pain to search. I got stuck in here for a long time. Where to? I want to say this was like one of the most expensive FMVs made. I didn't get dinged at all for the theme, so last time, so I'm happy with that. It really is, Bangle. It's absolutely amazing. But it's done by Fox. I mean, it wasn't done. It was done by a traditional developer studio, but it was done with heavy influence from the Fox network, who is, who owned X-Files, who was doing the shows, and they wanted that high quality, which is one of the reasons why it was probably so expensive. Was the PS version the same as the DOS version? Well, there isn't a DOS version. There is only a Windows 98 version, Windows 95, 98 version. As far as I know, yes. But I have heard people say there might be some differences, some small differences. Hey, Jason, how you doing? Welcome in. And I love these little Easter eggs here. And let's see, if you hit help, it does kind of give you information about how everything works. Action icons, emotion icons, your inventory icons, all kinds of stuff. Hey, Hobo Joe! All right. So last we ended, we were getting ready to go out and get in the car with Skinner. Oh, cool. They even gave you a map of the building you're in. Agent offices, meeting room, file room, director's office. Yeah, that makes sense because we're right here at the exit. And then if you turn, well, to the left because we're facing the exit, you'd walk into the meeting room, which is where the coffee maker and all the posters and all were. And then you can go into the file room, but the door is closed and you can't open that door. So you have to come out into the hallway and then go down there. This is your office. This is your partner's office. This is the file room that has your equipment in it when you first walk in. And then there's the director's office with a little kitchen. It's kind of a shame. The director is the only one that gets access to the kitchen. If he's busy in his office and you want to go zap yourself a frozen burrito, well, you're screwed. Eat it cold, buddy. You're not kind. He doesn't want you in his office. All right. And yeah, just like Pi just pointed out there with the game command, it's not available digital. Yeah, this is one of those games that if you want to play it, you really should just buy a used copy. And like I said, even the big box copies aren't that expensive for something that you could buy if you were to look for it on, say, eBay. I want to say $20 to $30, and you can buy the discs. Should be even cheaper than that. If you're lucky, you get the whole, the little file box case format, or you might be able to find the DVD, which is kind of cool, kind of rare. I haven't seen it. I think I've seen one copy of that for sale. That doesn't mean it's not a dozen now. All right, so the last I saw, we were going to go to Everett, which is the hotel, the Comedy Inn, or Comedy Inn, something like that. Of course, Skinner doesn't drive. He makes you do it.
Can I help you?
And let's see, we can... All discounts honored at check-in time only. Office hours, 7 a.m. to 11 p.m. Sophie the Gorilla. See where Sophie the Gorilla lived. Fairfield Zoo. Why that's something that you would be, you know...
sure I can't help you, gentlemen?
Yes, lady, chill out. I'm busy. I'm looking at stuff.
A blue one and a white one and a yellow one and a orange one.
Your little girl is beautiful.
Boy, that doesn't come off creepy.
Thank you. She's 3.
She's 3 beautiful little girls? Is that what you're saying, lady?
Would you like a gumball?
It's the 90s.
Orange.
Thank you. I didn't have a nickel.
I guess you're welcome. I don't remember doing that the last time I played this. I may have missed that opportunity.
Why would they stay in Everett instead of Seattle?
I have no idea. Maybe they were being budget-minded.
Restricted access? I think that's the one that's basically the Wikipedia of episodes. Am I not right? I know this one's the X-Files game. I've seen a lot of the restricted access ones, and they're usually $5 to $10, or were $5 to $10 when I was looking at them. I don't know what they are now. But I've been tempted to get one of those too, because in a way it's kind of cool software, and it'll run, it'll run perfectly on this Pentium II, or should run perfectly on this Pentium II, and it's kind of a cool way to revisit the episodes in a way you don't normally see anymore.
Hope there aren't any surprises waiting for us in their rooms.
Well, they've surprised me before, but I know what you're saying.
Did they have any enemies that you know of? Yes, quite a few.
They didn't have any enemies, did they?
Everyone has enemies, Agent Wilmore.
Oh, he's taking it lightly.
Why didn't they contact our offices before they began their investigation?
Actually, that's one of the questions that I'd like answered.
Okay, nothing left there.
We're looking for information on 2 FBI agents who checked in here.
Can you show me some identification? Please don't do that. Do you know how many people do that with me sitting right here?
No.
Well, you're not the first.
Oh!
What are you, a child? I said don't do that. What are you, a child? I said don't do that.
We're looking for information on 2 FBI agents who checked in here.
Mm-hmm. And their names would be?
Agents Mulder and Scully.
Oh, yeah. They paid for a week in advance, room 3 and 4.
I feel like I need to restart the computer. Not the streaming one, but I think the Pentium II. Something is off about either that or the game. I might try relaunching the game. It seems to have a stutter, which was not normally there. You just remember a time when Skinner says, "What is wrong with you?" or something. Yeah, if you hold a gun to him or something, he'll be like, "What's wrong with you? Why are you doing that? Put that away."
Did you notice anything unusual about the 2 agents?
The guy was kind of spooky. Other than that, no.
Kind of spooky. Gee, I wonder if that was Mulder.
Did anything unusual occur while they were here?
Not that I can remember.
Do you have the make and license number of their rental car?
Sure, it's on the form, assuming they told the truth.
Could you write it down for me, please?
Well, the truth is out there, right? Yeah, Hobo Joe, I can imagine. Okay, Ford Taurus 6215, 621517. I shouldn't necessarily need to write most of this stuff down, but there really isn't like a consistent log of journal items. What is that? 62157? 621517, pardon me. And before I forget... All right. Let's see.
Would you take us to their rooms, please?
Sure, come this way.
She sure seems happy about all this, doesn't she?
Here we go. This is his room. She stays next door.
Thank you.
I hope there aren't any dead bodies in here. I've got finals coming up next week.
Wow, how cold. Is that
You
Mad
can get
Dog?
in and out through here.
Did they ask you to unlock those doors?
Did they look unlocked? No, they didn't.
Thank you. We'll, let you know if we need anything else.
You know where to find me.
Isn't she a pleasant ray of sunshine?
Why don't you start with Mulder's room? I'll take Scully's.
All right. Yep, definitely Mulder. All the sunflower seeds. Well, shells. You may need to throw them on the floor in case a vampire comes in, you know? Let's see, UFO activity in the Northwest. It's no secret that several secret Air Force bases in the Northwest have harbored alien life, or alien craft and ALFs in the past. Though you certainly won't get any confirmation of this from usual sources. I wonder... Light screen, okay. What's below? News from deep inside. Operation Acquiesce is proof that the U.S. government is ready to capitulate when an overwhelming alien force appears. Our reliable sources close to Majestic 12 have told us that in the event of a sudden, massive hostile response from ALFs, that the U.S. government will turn over all powers to the aliens and prepare for these insidious interlopers to take control of the American citizenry. God damn it, I hate it when it's too true. Anyway... Let's see. Warehouse at Dock Railroad Connect. Let's see. Classification X 272, case number 3X99. X99. Let's see. So that's what we're looking for. I think that's the warehouse that was in the opening. Let's see. Don't think this will be necessary, but I'll write it down. 24. All right. Oh no, that's Smirnoff, isn't it? He was drinking a screwdriver because there's the orange juice. I swear Mulder's an alcoholic. He's a closet alcoholic, really. Same show as last time.
Great hat, man.
Wizard. Wizard. There we go. How you doing there, Sentinel? Good to see you. Vitamin Chi, I don't think I said hello to you. How are you doing this morning as well? I even commented on something you said, and I still didn't say hello. How rude of me. don't think there's anything else in here. Like I said, this is kind of pixel hunty. There is some stuff that you just have to thoroughly
I don't
examine.
see anything out of the ordinary here. You can't decide if that's good or bad.
I think it was resolution based. I'm pretty sure that this video is running at 480p, and I'd be willing to bet the PlayStation version was probably running at 300 something p. Wrong! But that's my guess. I really don't know because I haven't touched the PlayStation one. But also, there may be a different compression algorithm that the PlayStation used that was just more efficient. Because that was really a big issue back then. That's the reason why. That's one of the reasons why The Seventh Guest was such an important game. It was the compression algorithm that Graham Devine used was very efficient, but also very high quality, and performed well even on lower end hardware. So that kind of ushered in like a better quality FMV possibility for people. And, you know, they're still improving codecs even today. In fact, if we've never improved codecs, I wouldn't be able to stream very efficiently now. I mean, it's to stream, I've got it set to 6500 kbps, which is not necessarily HD. I mean, you know, Blu-ray is upwards of 40, I think. I forget what the highest end of that is, but it's really, really high. And I'm running at 1080p in this stream, and it looks pretty sharp. So that's kind of the thing. And that's not to say that PlayStation had better algorithms. It's just maybe some better format. Yeah, 320 by 240 versus 640 by 480, maybe. Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. And then the DVD version had a higher quality version. So that might have even been the full 500 whatever P that you could get. Stares at 120 gigabyte NBA games for PS5. Imagine if they didn't have the compression that they have now. I mean, granted, software bloats, you know, a thing. When what is it? What's Moore's Law? I think it was for Intel. He's like, bring back my bird feeder so I can jump on it. Stupid squirrel. Sorry, Coffee just brought a phone picture over to me of a squirrel sitting on our front porch. You feel like they have given up on optimization and compression. Well, there's only so far you can take it. And, you know, the most amazing thing to me, even now, is technology like DLSS, even though some people don't find it that impressive. I'm impressed by the fact that real time, it can take one frame at a time and upscale it, and then do that at 60 times a second. Or higher, really. I mean, let's be realistic. You can get, 80 to 100 plus frames per second and be using DLSS on, performance. That's really impressive, because if you've ever played with image editors and then rescaled an image, nowadays you can do it in GIMP and it's just super fast, right? Or Photoshop and it's super fast. But if you go back 20 years and use GIMP on a Pentium II, 25 years ago or 20 years ago on a Core 2 or something like that, it was sort of a slow line by line kind of a thing. It's how much difference they made, and all of that is happening in the GPU. So it's kind of, I don't know about GIMP, but in DLSS it is. But that's just how much of an improvement that faster hardware, faster memory, and better formula, I don't know exactly how to describe it, have made, and it impresses me tremendously. Does the quality impress me? I don't know. I can't really see the difference, but I'm awful with that kind of stuff anyway. I could use a new pair of glasses for one thing. Oh, I wanted to save this. That's one thing I wanted to do. I want to restart the game because it's feeling kind of hitchy. There's some kind of a hitch going on. DLSS is basically a similar operation that encoders do from math standpoint, at least. Yeah, it may be. But the fact that it can do it at such a high speed in real time is the thing that's impressive to me. Because, I grew up playing with image editors. As soon as I could get a computer, I had image editors and was tinkering with them. Everything from, what was the DOS one that I used to use? Coming all the way up through, Windows 95 and getting things like PaintShop Pro and Photoshop and even the early GIMP and all that stuff back when GIMP was really hard to use. And I've just watched the slow progression of how much faster certain operations are. It didn't hitch this time, so this is better. We'll skip through that and skip through that. No reason Call of Duty Black Ops 6 with its 5-hour story should be 310 gigabytes. Yeah, Baldur's Gate is like 200 hours long with debatably better graphics and hundreds of hours of voice lines, and it's like 125. Yeah, I blame. There's two things that happen, Vitamin Chi, that I can tell you. One from experience with what happened with Fortnite about 2 or 3 years ago. Hey, thank you for that follow, by the way. Welcome to the channel. But one thing that happened with Fortnite a few years ago, and another thing that happened with EverQuest. I'm going to start with EverQuest because this was something that was kind of a minor deal for about a year or so. As the game progressed, they found that they were starting to duplicate models. And welcome in, Binary Geek. Good to see you, and thank you for joining the channel here. I'm just running my mouth for a second, and then I come back. I just had to restart the game because it was acting a little flaky. Anyway, they realized they started duplicating assets, basically, because they would create an expansion, and they would find they would need a sound. They would put it in the folder for the expansion, or something that was related to the expansion, because they didn't realize it was already being used. And they had to go back and they started, trying to pare it down, because especially on dial-up, you got to remember with dial-up, it was, people had a hard time downloading patches, especially if it was unnecessary files. So they figured they had to go back and kind of cull things and make things more efficient. The same thing happened with Fortnite, but in Fortnite's case, and this is probably true for Black Ops, is there is so much content that you can buy that people still use, that it bloats your computer. And something that Quake games used to do that they should do is you could block the DLC content and just default to the original content if you didn't want somebody's skin. So there was lots of ways they could modify that. In other words, if you didn't want to see all the extra skins and models and stuff, you could just say turn it off, don't download them, and then simply not push them as a patch. Fortnite went back and did something else. They split out Save the World, and they did some other magic, and they brought it from like 80 or 90 gigabytes down to 30, and I think it's back up to 80 or 90 again. But it's kind of cool. You heard Ark Survival Evolved had a really bad problem where it would duplicate nearly the entire game each patch. It just got messy. And it's really easy to get messy because the devs that created the game 5 years later are probably not there working on it anymore. They probably moved on to a whole new project. And the folks that were doing quality assurance may have moved into their roles, or hired other people from outside to go work on it. Well, they're trying to pick up where the other people left off. They don't necessarily know exactly how they were doing things. They can kind of reverse engineer some of their efforts and look at their logs. And of course, they've been reviewing the code, so they're probably familiar with that. But there's going to be a lot of little things that get lost. You'll love the FMV games. They were cheesy goodness. You came into a good one because this is a super high quality FMV game. It's not available anywhere on any digital store, not 100% legal. I say 100% legal because I know everybody has different ideas of what legal is, and different countries have different ideas of what is and isn't legal. So we don't promote piracy here, but this is available used pretty regularly. You can find the X-Files game on places like eBay pretty regularly at a reasonable price. I mean, if you buy a used game now, or an older game now on like GOG.com, 10, sometimes $15 is pretty normal. I have used to be able to see the X-Files game for about $10 to $15 pretty regularly for just the discs. The catch is you got to figure out how to make it run on a modern PC, which I'm not doing right now. Hey, DG. There's also a DVD release, yep, but you can't install it unlike the CD version. I don't have a DVD player on my Pentium II. I've only got a CD player. But I do have a DVD player on my Windows XP box, and I can install Windows 98 on the XP box because it's an Athlon XP 3000, so it's basically just a super fast Pentium-ish computer. You played this on the PS1 back in the day. You never finished it, but it was fun to play. Well, I played it once before on PC. I have finished it, and I do have the Primate Guide, so I will finish it again. Not to mention walkthroughs. All right, there's a perfect example of lack of optimization. Yeah, you're talking about when you had dial-up and only a certain amount of storage to work with, developers would get really good with their storage and optimization. That's very true. They probably don't care as much nowadays with them. I mean, I've got a low-end fiber optic connection right now at only 500. 500 megabits per second. Do you remember the DVD drives needed to dedicate? Yes, I did have. I had one. I had a Pentium II, I had a Pentium 3 500. I bought the Creative DVD kit, like 99, I think it was, in 1999. I remember paying like $300 for it or $200, something like that. And it had a separate MP3 decoder that I had to plug in. It reminded me of when I plugged in my 3DFX card, because you had to run the little cable across so that it would pass through if you wanted to watch, videos or whatnot. It was really cool, but man, yeah, it was messy. And it even came with a sound card too. I think it was Alive. It was either Alive or the original. It must have been Alive. I don't think the Odyssey came out for another year. A hardware MP3 decoder. Yep. Yeah, migraine. Hey, Stalio, you're already saving up to get a new hard drive you'll need for GTA 6. You mean all 8 terabytes? QuickTime Lite 1.9 is what you need to run this game on Windows 11. That's it. Just works. Oh, really? That's actually kind of cool. It was an MP3. It was, an MPEG 2 decoder. Oh, not MP3 decoder. Excuse me. I said that wrong. Read it directly off that. But yeah, an MPEG 2 decoder. Yeah, you didn't need an MP3 decoder hardware-wise, although it would take me about 20 to 30 minutes to rip a CD in the mid to late 90s. Hey, the Den of Geek. Welcome in down there. All right, let's see if we can... I'm still seeing some hitch in the cursor. Let me... Hang on a second. It's probably Windows. Let me restart Windows real quick. It is a little better, but it's not great. You remember those MPEG encoders? You remember setting up some DVD drives for companies when they were brand new tech? Yeah, it was really kind of cool because the first DVDs, I bought 2 DVDs when I bought the kit. I bought The Matrix, to kind of tell you exactly when I bought this. And The Matrix was new on DVD. It had only been out for maybe a month. So that kind of give you an idea, on DVD that is. So that kind of give you an idea of when I bought the kit. And then I also bought The Black Hole, which was Disney's answer to Star Wars, as I hadn't seen that movie in years, and I didn't even know it was on anything.
And now Disney owns Star Wars.
Yeah, now Disney owns Star Wars. How ironic is that? You remember those MPEG encoders? I remember setting up... Yeah. Anyone got error 3000 just now? Anyways, forced refresh works. Weird. I have had that happen with Twitch. Sometimes Twitch gets twitchy. Speaking of Windows, you just got notified you'll automatically be upgraded to Windows 11 on your work PC. Well, I will say, Stalio, it's not as bad as people made it out to be. You will get used to it. The only recommendation I have for a lot of people who have a hard time getting used to Windows 11 is just go into the the taskbar settings and move it from centered to the left. You'll be happier. I mean, because it won't feel as different from Windows 10. You love that movie, The Black Hole? It is an underrated gem, isn't it? I mean, Ernest Borgnine, Yvette Mimieux, what was the bad guy's name? I forget. He was a pretty famous actor for the time. And then the soundtrack is amazing. I used to have it on record. It was one of the very first vinyl records I ever had as a kid. And I played that soundtrack nonstop. You're still on Windows 10. Had to go back to it because Windows 11 stutters in every game. Yeah. Really? That's weird. I haven't had that issue. I haven't had that issue at all. In fact, I have pretty good performance in Windows 11. You actually got a DVD drive in your Windows 98, 1 gigahertz Athlon. As a mistake, you ordered CDRW. They messed up, sent you a DVD drive with decoder. It was way more expensive, so I didn't complain. Just bought a separate CDRW. No doubt, I would have too. You use left side taskbar on Windows 10, which isn't supported in Windows 11. It is. I use it. Here. Check this out. Blink. And I will hide myself. See? This is Windows 11. It's a simple flag. You just have to hit the switch. And it just slides over to the left. It's pretty easy. Now, maybe you're talking about something else and I'm misunderstanding, but that's what I was referring to anyway. You tried to replay this on your older Win 10 with CD at work. Steam took over the install. Really? Steam did? Never finished on a laptop, which is weird because Steam doesn't have this. Huh. It's another soundtrack on LP. Turned it on from time to time and just loved it. Yes, it was so good. The main theme is what gets me. And the DVD actually comes with the main theme in its own separate video. It's just a picture of the sky, Starfield kind of thing. Just get Start All back on Windows 11 for $5. It can change the Start menu, taskbar, and File Explorer. Yeah, I kind of like the modern File Explorer. Tabbed Explorer is really freaking awesome. Oh, you mean on the? Oh, yeah. You can't move the taskbar from side to side. It has to be on the bottom. I don't even think I can. I think I can have it come from the top. I never used it that way. I need to start the damn game, huh? There we go. All right. That's better. That's better. So this computer would have massive amounts of crashing issues on Windows 10 Pro, like blue screens, crashing to BIOS often. Then on Windows 11, it's never happened. Most cases, there are two primary culprits in my experience to causing of blue screens. Most frequently, it's bad drivers. It doesn't matter what driver source you got it from. A driver can go bad because of some other install. It can also go bad because of corruption, like drive corruption. It can go bad because Windows updated some library that the driver was using and it's not fully compatible. There's all kinds of reasons why a driver can go bad that would have nothing to do with you doing it. I find most often it's usually a video or sound card driver that tends to cause blue screens. There's another issue too that's super common on modern Intel processors the past couple of generations. It has to do with dual channel and memory, or the multi-channel memory, and how it does bandwidth. Definitely look into that as an option. I had a big problem with that on this PC when I first bought it, and ended up having to back it down a notch, even though it was fully compatible according to everything in the motherboard's manual as well as the memory I had. And then the third thing is power supplies. Most people don't realize how much of a difference a failing power supply can make with the way a PC is performing. Great example, the Windows XP machine ran great and started to blue screen, started having problems. I thought it was bad video card and bad hardware. I ended up replacing the machine, kept the same power supply, and guess what followed? The problem didn't go away until after I changed out the power supply. That's just one example, and I've seen that happen more than once, like probably a dozen times in my life. It's pretty common. So worth looking into those three culprits as a potential, because that's very likely. All right.
How long have you known them?
4 years now. I've known Mulder longer than that. I guess it's been almost 6.
It would be helpful to know what case they were working on.
Yes. Yes, it would be helpful.
Yes, it would be helpful.
I'd appreciate it if you didn't refer to them in the past tense. So.
You kind of miss Windows 98. You don't miss Windows ME, though. Most people don't. I skipped ME. I went from 98 to 2000 and then to XP. And I only used 2000 for like maybe a year. If 25HX update for Windows 11 doesn't come out before October, you'll get the year of extra support for Windows 10. Wait a minute. What version am I on? Yeah, still on. 24H2. I just got an update for 24H2 that's tried to force me back into creating a Microsoft account in order to sign in, which I didn't really want to do, and I was able to figure out how to get around it. A little bit of help on the internet there. It won't auto-update for you anyways because you disable TPM 2 in the BIOS, so as far as Windows 11 is concerned, your PC isn't compatible. Yeah, it requires that. There is a workaround for that if you look it up. Yeah, 24H2 is the latest. Hey, Carl Winslow, how you doing? Welcome in. You never had issue with ME? It was just super stable on your old... Yeah, I never used it, so I really don't know. But I had Windows 95, and then like 3 years later, I had Windows 98, and I just didn't see a point in upgrading to ME because I knew that 2000 was coming out the following year or that year, and I was really interested in 2000, so I didn't see a point in spending $100 on a new license only to replace it a year later. Although I ended up doing that anyway because when 2000 came out, I used it for a year and then bought Windows XP, which came out a year later. Windows ME was a horrible mashing of the 9X and NT kernels in a networked environment. It crashed a lot. For some people, yeah, people had problems with it, but not everybody did. I mean, Kilgore Trout, he's stated numerous times he never had problems with it. I just never used it, so I didn't really know. Look, it's an old IBM ThinkPad. In fact, I probably worked on one of these models. What was Scully's dog's name? Queequeg. How do you spell Queequeg from the Moby Dick novel? Windows 2000 on your friend's compact was awful. It was constantly crashing and breaking. That might have been just compact. I really didn't have any problems with 2000. I didn't even have problems with gaming on 2000, and people complained about that. They're like, yeah, it's so limited in gaming. No, I never had any problems with gaming on 2000. Everything I played on it was great. I had no problems with Queequeg. Yeah, that's it. Queequeg. No. Unless I mistyped it. I was thinking that was her... Let's see. I'm going to just look up the spelling, because I cannot remember. Oh. Yeah, it is Queequeg, so that's it. What did her... something star, right? What was it? Something star... Starbuck. Yeah, I think that's right. Starbuck. No. Yeah, that's from Moby Dick. Yeah, Queequeg was the first mate, I think. I don't know. That was the name that was in the field when I first loaded it up. So I was just leaving that in place. I do eventually find the password. I think it's later on. But I don't... Oops. Oh, he was a harpooner. Okay. Yeah, I knew he was a shipmate, but I couldn't remember exactly who he was. I've never read the entire book. I've read through a little bit of it. To which our 12 tribes hope to attain as they earnestly worship night and day. For this hope I am accused by Jews, O king. Why is it thought incredible by any of you that God raises the dead? Okay, so it's just entries, acts from the Bible. And what else do we have? Of course. That's all that anybody watches is Keystone Cops. In fact, that particular video shows up fairly frequently in the episode, too. Was there something more? Oh, I can do more. You did very much enjoy Patrick Stewart as Captain Abraham. Oh, really? I've never seen that. It is a tiny bit annoying when you, the player, knows the password through deductive reasoning, but already having played it, but it won't let you until the character figures it out. Well, I may be wrong. The last time I played this has been like 4 years, so it's quite possible I've just forgotten. But I feel like Queequeg was it, so it may be exactly what you said, Vitamin G. I've seen that happen before. It happened to me. Oh man, I think it was Loom. Like I figured out one of the the drafts or something, and I couldn't play it because it wouldn't let me. So let's see.
Do you know what Scully's password is?
I don't know. Try faith.
Incoming ads for you non-subscribers. Use your Twitch Prime now.
Honestly, you know what, Pi? Yeah, I'm good with that. Like I said, I've played this before, so it's one of those where I have no issues just playing it in a community sense, you know what I mean? It's not a first playthrough for me. We'll try Faith, as he suggested. F-A-I-T-H. Oh no, system's locked! Did I ever find the sleep draft in Loom? That's a good question. Did I? Hang on a second.
Good job!
Oh, wait. I did not find the sleep draft. I think she did, Ray. Welcome in. Good to see you there. Did you have a good Mother's Day yesterday? Coffee? She said I did. Yeah, we had yummy dinner. I made meatloaf and steamed some fresh broccoli, and we had some garlic and herb potatoes, little golden potatoes, baked, and they were so good. And then just some breadsticks, a little bit of homemade, a little bit of store bought. But you know, you learn it from the sheep jumping over the fence. Even she don't know how to put the dragon to sleep. Oh yeah, that's right. That's right, because there was another way to deal with the dragon than me setting turning the gold pile into hay and then setting it on fire with the fear spell. Which, honestly, I kind of like. That was pretty creative. Oh, wait, that's not what I wanted to do. Was it? Is there something else I can click on over here? Oh, yeah, I gotta look for all this stuff again.
How
Because
long have you known them?
4 years now. I've known Mulder longer than that. I guess it's been almost 6.
It would be helpful to know what case they were working on.
Yes, it would.
Yes. Yes, it would be helpful.
The
I'd
only...
appreciate it if you didn't refer to them in the past tense.
The only low-grade media in this game, from my opinion, is the audio itself. There's a lot of sibilance in it. You can hear sometimes a shh in the S's. You can either turn it to straw and use the fear draft, or put her to sleep and she snorts fire while snoring. That's funny. All right, so I'm not gonna lock it. I'm just, because I don't remember what it was, and it very well might be. Can you ask what's written on my mug? Oh, yeah. Jaws. Or everybody's favorite quote from the movie.
Need a bigger taco.
I have a bunch of Steven Spielberg movie mugs. We've got Jurassic Park, Jaws. Coffee has a Back to the Future mug, which of course wasn't directed by Spielberg, but directed by, or not, but produced by. And what else do I have? I think I have another. Oh, I think I wanted to get the ET one, and I haven't got that one yet. All right, so we could ask him about the password.
Do you know what Scully's password is?
I don't know. Try faith.
Didn't work. I'll try one time. For some reason, it's not letting me click in the field. That's not good. I can't actually click on the... Game is starting to act weird. No, it's not that. Now let's see if I can do it. That's no bueno. So that's their doors to their rooms.
What now?
What now? She's so rude. All right. I'm going to hold it here for just a minute. We got commercials about to pop in the next 20 seconds, and then I actually promise you we're going to play the game. So give me just a few minutes here, and yeah, we'll be right back. Let me double check something here before I start. Yeah, I knew I needed to update something. All right. Give me just a few minutes. We'll be right back. Don't go nowhere. right, welcome back, everybody. Thank you very much for that. Okay, let's see if I can finally make some progress here.
What's your major?
I'm working on a law degree.
Can you remember anything?
Gregor,
about
9!
those?
No, I'm sorry. They checked in and left that evening. I didn't see them after that.
RK Castle, good morning. How are you doing? Happy time zone. And, oh no, you showed up to the late 90s, but you brought some slap bracelets, space hoppers, and Nirvana albums. Yeah, of course you can. I don't know the space hoppers, but the rest I know. Hi, yeah, what did you remember about the laptop?
What are you, a child? I said don't do that.
Wait.
Don't do that. Don't do that. What's the matter with you?
Ding, 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 ding. You had to look at a few walkthroughs about her laptop. Oh, yeah. Let's see, what else can we do? I think that's it. See, the lady's gone. I think I missed this opportunity the first time I played through. Space hoppers were the big inflatable plastic balls that had a handle and seat for the... Oh, I do remember those now. Yeah. That might have been called space hoppers or something like that. I forget now. But yeah, I think I remember that. Just don't spend too much time for it. Oh, okay. No one has the answer for the laptop. Let's see what the Prima Guide says. I'm curious. Now you got me really puzzled. Thank you, Artyom. Let's see. Yeah, seriously. Let's see what it says. Shanks's office, Cook's office, hallway. Comedy Inn. Here we go. Front desk. Show your FBI badge for fun. Ring the bell a couple of times. We've done that. Talk to the clerk. Ask all the questions. In particular, to get information about Mulder and Scully's rental car and ask to see their rooms. Mulder's room. Yeah, click on the magic bullet on the desk and read all the paranoia. Note various references to secret government projects and operations. Aquarius, Earthbound, Pounce, Boxcar, Acquiesce, and so on. Yeah, we saw that. Sunflower seeds, yeah.
We got one!
Hey, thank you for that follow. Welcome to the channel there. Scully's room. Here we go. Go the F towards Skinner. Actually, it just says go F towards Skinner, I guess, forward and then turn left. Take Scully's laptop. Note the acts passage outlined in the foregoing steps on the page marked by Scully. Oh, it was marked by Scully, huh? Oh, it wasn't. Wait a minute. According to the book, 2613, which is on this page, should have been marked, but it's not. It's even specifically highlighted. It says, "At midday, O king, I saw on the way a light from heaven, brighter than the sun, shining round me and those who journeyed with me." Turn right, talk to Skinner, click on the phone ID icon on the top of the screen. Wilmore suggests checking the log of outgoing calls.
No. She's just so sassy.
Worldy! Holy crap! Welcome in, dude. How you doing? You jump scared yourself with that notification. Isn't it awesome? I was like, there's nothing more 80s than Ghostbusters. I mean, seriously, Ghostbusters. How you doing, Worldy? Welcome to the channel, by the way, Rippin' Ass and Touching Grass. That's a fun name. Nope. Yeah, the official Prima Guide for this. I was looking to see if maybe there was some mention of the laptop. It does say grab it, but it doesn't say anything else yet about the laptop. So now I'm really curious if maybe there is something that happens later on. I swear I found a password for it at one point, though. Yeah, well, that's what I was thinking. It was later. Okay.
I think there's someone in the bushes there.
33. All right. Yeah, Rum, I've played this before, but it's been a while. So I'm trying to remember all of what I can, but I didn't use the guide then. I didn't even use it as reference at the time. I managed to finish it without using it. So I'm taking advantage of it now.
How long have you known them?
4 years now. I've known Mulder longer than that. I guess it's been almost 6.
So this was supposed to be taking place in 1996, even though the game came out in 1998, which I find kind of odd. 4 years with Scully would make sense because that would have been roughly 4th or 5th season at that point, and she got introduced to Skinner as Mulder's new partner in the very first episode as the skeptic to try to rein him in, and then she saw too much to not begin to question her own beliefs.
It would be helpful to know what case.
Oh, we are clicking on history now.
Yes. Yes,
It would be helpful.
Listen, I'd appreciate it if you didn't...
Oh, thank you for the
Before
lurk
them
there,
past
Castle. I
tense.
appreciate that. Oh, is it rumbling, I guess, in the distance? Hang on just a second. Let me go fix something real quick. Yeah, he's gonna hide. He doesn't hear thunder. He's okay, buddy. Sorry about that. Mystics are probably hearing some thunder off in the distance, and he gets very nervous. You're okay? Mega tired, but you're always tired. Oh, man, don't be always tired. But we're doing all right. Today a sentence suddenly popped into your head. The stream is out there. And bam, here it is. Okay, so I got the laptop. Such a weird bug. I can't click on it again. And I could find no official patch for this game, by the way. And the worst part is because I can't... Oh, wait. So something's funny. I don't understand exactly what's going on. So we got to go back to the front desk. And he's supposed to... I'm not getting the option to ask... Oh, yeah, I did. Do you know what Scully's password is?
You know what Scully's password is?
I don't know.
Try faith. Okay, so I think what that's trying to say is she has her Bible open on the dresser, and it's referring to this. At midday, O King, I saw on the way a light from heaven brighter than the sun shining around me and those who journeyed with me. So this particular phrase apparently has something to do with her password. But I can't type into the password field. In fact, I can't type into the username field either. I don't know what the deal is here. Hang on a second. Let me try something else. 1 second. It'll take a second to shut down. It's kind of a slow close. There we go. All right. Let's see if this helps. Hey, Genly AI. A good game? Yes. Please do. Please vote for this game on GOG. It's I don't know who owns the rights currently. I know it's probably still under Fox, but Fox Interactive, whoever owns Fox Interactive stuff now, I guess, probably the bigger shareholder of that. But I can imagine it's probably David Duchovny. Probably has some licensing agreement, as does what was Dana Scully's actress name? Yeah, Gillian Anderson. This isn't actually, yeah, this is Windows 98. This is actual Pentium II, real hardware, no emulator there. Yo, you left a message to mod for you to review. Yeah. Yeah. Well, this is booting up. Give me just a second there. Huh. Yeah, he's yeah. Hey, Arky Chan. Good to see you there, Sriracha. Welcome in. Bear with me for a second while this is finishing loading. I had an interesting question here. All right, I just responded back to you there, Pi. Thank you for letting me know. Kind of sad to see, but well, machine hooked up with, yeah, it's just and you know what's funny? I owned a very similar setup to this. In fact, I used to own the very same motherboard, and while I don't remember the precise model number of the Sound Blaster Live I owned a Sound Blaster Live. I think I owned a Value actually, which was a dumb move at the time. The video card I can't remember if it was a Voodoo 2 or a Voodoo 3.
Fuck off and braille on your forehead. Get out of here.
I love it when it does that. If I already answered this, but how do you manage to make this stuff run? Oh, it's actually very easy. Well, I say very easy. It can be very easy. It is a legitimate Pentium II. However, it's in a modern case. Multiple reasons. Better cooling, better cable organization. It's not an expensive modern case. It's a cheap modern case. But even cheap modern cases are easier to work in than good cases from the 90s. There were very few that had, you know, deburred edges and whatnot. Most of them were razor blades on the inside, which were dangerous for cables as well as your hands. But cooling was oftentimes compromised. Less fan options, you know, things like that. So in this case, I've got 3 fans keeping the machine cool, along with the heatsink for the CPU. I'm using a CF card system like this, little CF cards, so I can run DOS 6.22 with a Sound Blaster 16 and a Voodoo Velocity on there for the 3D effects for DOS if I want. Or I can use some other video cards better for DOS, like a Cirrus Logic or a Trident card that I have. And right now I'm using an ATI Rage, an ATI Rage 128 Pro for the video in this game. Hopefully that sorted out the hitchiness. I'm having some weirdness, especially with the laptop, and it might be the game that's bugging out. Thank you, Pi. I definitely heard the message. That's being captured. So it's being output through VGA to an OSSC, which is a video resolution converter, basically, and then that's being fed into an Elgato capture card, which is not the preferred capture card. Most retro PC gamers seem to go with the data path. I think it's an ES1, which can be a little expensive and used. I think you don't really get any. I don't think there's any new ones out there at this point. In any case, it works well enough. Yeah, I still can't go to it. Son of a gun. Although this is not hitching anymore, it's definitely cleaner. Yeah, much better. It's not dragging and acting weird. I just can't do anything with the laptop. Also supposed to be getting some kind of a messaging for the phone, but that's not happening either. I hope it's not bugged out. Oh, I didn't click on this. Evidence of extraterrestrial existence remains as elusive as ever, but the skies will continue to be searched by the likes of Blaine Faulkner. Blah, 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 blah. From Outer Space is a fascinating book that seeks the real truth about aliens, written by the renowned science fiction author Josie Chung, or Jose Chung. I guess it could be a mix of Hispanic and Asian. Let's see, probably Josie. This painstakingly details evidence culled from numerous interviews with persons claiming to have been abducted by alien beings. And sneezing. Marvel at first-hand accounts of abductees' stories, as well as psychiatrists and hypnotists' assessments. Josie Chung has been writing this controversial novels. His controversial novels. I mean, Josie, that might be Jose Chung. For 30 years, and his latest masterpiece shows that he is far from exhausting his talents and ability to fascinate and excite readers. Okay. Ooh, the Everett Diner. Gourmet pizza. Salmon burgers? No, thank you. Fresh fruit shakes, curly fries. Really? Can I just have the gourmet pizza as long as it doesn't have, like, weird stuff on it? Because when they say gourmet, you know it's probably going to get ruined. Sweet potato pie. No, thank you. I don't like sweet potatoes. Pie is so good, you'll swear they're from another planet. Oh, how appropriate. We deliver 360-555-0177. I wonder if I dial that, if I get an option to order something. 360 and 0177. This food sucks.
Hi, thanks for calling the located in the heart of beautiful downtown Everett. Open every day from dawn till 10 p.m. Be sure and stop by for a piece of our world-famous sweet potato pie. You can't eat just one piece.
I wonder how many phone numbers are in this game that you can dial. There's probably, because they're all over the place, isn't it? Is that it? So it was just the flyer for the Everett Diner. You can't go into the bathroom, so there's nothing to see there. There's his screwdriver. And this game is kind of cool. It's slow to stream because it's not a lot of action and a lot of, you know, various sounds. But it's actually pretty cool to see. Yeah, I guess that's it. Oh, there we go.
Should we check the outgoing calls?
That's a good idea. The clerk will probably have a record.
Should we check the outgoing calls?
Oh, I just told you.
I just told you. That's a good idea. The clerk will probably have a record.
He didn't just tell me. I'm going to make him tell me again.
Should we check the outgoing calls?
I just told you.
And he's not going to repeat himself after that. He's like, shut up and leave me alone. Go check the outgoing calls. Okay, so out to the clerk I go.
Do you keep a record of outgoing calls?
Sure, for billing purposes.
Could I get a copy, please?
Great. Give me a minute. I want you to know you're putting me behind.
Aww.
Don't mean to bother you at work.
Funny.
She is such a bee. The gateway to the Great Northwest. Let's see. Arrival March 29th, 96. $44 for 2 rooms. That gets you like the crappiest room possible nowadays. You'd be lucky if they even washed the sheets. Yeah, really. Let's see, 8 minutes. So they dialed 0149 and 0182. I'm surprised they didn't stick a U in there. OU812. Was that Van Halen that did an album? I think that was Van Halen did an album with that title. So let me write these down. Okay. All right, let's see if we can call those numbers. Oop. Clear. Where is it? I think this is like Scully's number or something. Oh, shit. Come on, Bill. You can dial better than that. Speaking of Space Quest 4,
Hello?
yeah.
Who is this?
Agent Gilmore, FBI. Who are you?
I asked you first.
Look, I work for the FBI.
Sure, okay. Why didn't you say so in the first place?
He deserved that. So he called the lone gunman. I got you.
Shoot him now!
Hey, Echo.
New donation of 4 from someone.
Thank you very much for the $4. I really appreciate that. Hang on. They don't want to answer. I guess they're just not going to answer. Sorry, I was trying to bring that up as it doesn't ever tell me who it was. Thank you so much for the $4. I really appreciate that. I hate that it's acting so slow today. I don't know what the deal is.
What are you, a child? I said don't do that.
Oh, good God. It is being very slow. Oh, okay, it'll come up eventually. All right, so we've got that. Let's see if we can... Well, I'm bringing that up, and it's taking forever to load. 555. What a phone number!
Great hat, man.
Standard issue. There we go. My goodness. All right, let's talk to... Well, thank you very much. Again, thank you for the $4. It's not showing me whom. So I don't know who to directly thank you. Thank you very much for the anonymous donation. Oops. Oh, that's not what I wanted. I don't know. It's just being silly. Thank you, someone. Yes. Thank you, someone. All right. So that didn't get me anything here. I don't understand what else I'm looking for. Am I ready to go here? I don't think so. What's in Seattle? Have we got access to the warehouse yet? The apartment, the crime lab, to the field office? No, we don't. So I'm probably not ready to leave here yet. What am I missing? Is there something else here that I haven't seen? That's the magic bullet. That was the one we were looking... Oh, wait. Oh, I didn't flip pages here. I didn't realize I had pages to change. Use from deep inside. So this is just... it's just 2 pages. Okay. Schedule note. Meaning... The meeting of the MUFON Minneapolis group has been canceled. Ah. Okay, caught in the net. MUFON net posted in news recently. And respectfully quote from what was posted on this page. America's Apollo 11 lunar module photographed a human skeleton on the moon when it landed there. Okay. Crazy, crazy. Hey, Benedict. Sorry, quick question. Not really interested in X-Files. What are the plans continuing the Might and Magic series? It'll be following this, Benedict. I plan on playing Mandate of Heaven after we're done with the X-Files game. That'll happen. This probably shouldn't take more than a week at most, like 3 or 4 streams. If that long. Depends on how hung up I get on the game, which shouldn't be that bad. And there's nothing here. Oh, no problem. What am I missing? Is there something I needed to say to the girl out there? Should I ring the bell a couple more times? I mean, what's the deal?
What are you, a child?
That
I
look
said, don't do that.
That look he gives her when he rings the bell. He's like,
what are you, a child?
like I dare you to
said,
say something.
Don't do that.
Nothing there. Nothing new to ask her. Who knows what is going on in the FBI? Well, especially nowadays. Who knows? Alright, game. What am I missing? Oops, I didn't mean to click on that. I meant to go... Oh, wait a minute.
I don't want that.
Thank you, Skinner.
What's the matter with you?
Wait a minute. Oh, yeah. I forgot I can take pictures of stuff like that. Oh, I can't do it from there. How about... Of course, I can't look at... Oh, wait. I can look at those, okay. Not that I haven't already looked at that. That's the only thing in that scene I can click on? Majestic cover-up. His... Okay, so it's only that way or that way. There's nothing else that I can see that I can click on. We already looked at that. Skinner, what do you want me to do, dude? Is there something I need to... It's still only the Comedy Inn. Are you familiar with the background of the main character's actor? Are you talking about Mulder? David Duchovny? As far as his personal background, or are you talking about, like, the character himself, Mulder? Oh, Wilmot. I can't say... I don't remember fully his background. I mean, not more than what I've read here in the game so far, the past 2 streams. Yeah, I don't know what they want me to do next. Let's see. Is there a phone number on this? No. Yeah, Wilmore, I think is his name, yeah. I wonder if that bug happened the last time I played this, and that's why I remember the password being something significant, because I could never type it in. I think it bugged out before. If anybody knows where an official patch for this game is located, I'd love it if you'd let me know. I could possibly look into updating it, but I couldn't find any mention of a patch for this. And there are some bugs.
Do you know what Scully's password is?
No.
All right. I'm tired of wandering around. He was a theater actor mainly, unfortunately. Yeah, I saw something about him passing away relatively young, unfortunately. Became very well known for a series of adverts, which were quite hilarious. Oh, really? What advertisements? Okay. Click on the record for a close-up. 2 numbers called. Use your cell phone to call the Washington, D.C. number and enjoy a brief conversation with Frohickey, which we did. Make sure to dial 1 first. It's long distance. Call the Seattle number. No answer. Use your PDA to travel back to the field. Oh, okay, so I'm ready to go back to the FBI field office then.
You have mail.
Oh, I do. Why'd you send me Agent Mulder's info? Because it's fun. What do Mulder's height and weight have to do with finding him? You know, in case you want to look for him. Who? Oh my God, really? Pervert. Let's see. What do Agent Scully's vitals have to do with this case? Is this a real Apple product? Well, the Newton was a thing, yeah. I don't know about this particular one. I assume it was. But yeah, hey Cabron, how you doing? So we'll go back to the FBI field office in Seattle.
Want a hint?
That's right.
Hey, Stephen Malowski, how you doing?
I'll be reviewing my notes in the meeting room.
They were for H.H. Gregg. Huh? Oh, for the advertisements, yeah. Huh. Okay. There's the laptop. Worth looking up for a laugh. I might have to do that. That's actually kind of interesting. Already pulled everything out of that drawer, I guess. Oh, the sad music plays when he looks at a picture of his ex-wife and daughter. You rewatched a few seasons a long time ago, and you must say that the atmosphere of this series is amazing. You love how they play play with lightning in this show. Yeah, yeah. My wife was sick in bed, so I took the sheets off of her and then put them right back on. She was confused, looked at me as I said, "There, now you have recovered." You need another beer. How you doing, Blackbird Twitch? Here you go. Some tape for you. All right. So that just takes us to that. Think it was Shiloh? What was that noise? Oh, crap. We've already looked there. We have no photos. No media. Oh, we can look up license plate number. I did write that down. Let's see. 621517. 621517. '96 Taurus. Lariat rental. Last rented to Fox Mulder on 3/29/96. Really nothing else to search for there. Okay. Okay, what else can we do? Ah, here we go. Still can't type into that laptop password field. How stupid. Okay, let's see. He said he's in here reviewing notes, so let's go talk to Skinner. There he is.
I don't believe we're done in the field, Agent Wilmore.
Okay. You afraid you got to go? Oh, no problem. No problem. Thank you so much for being here, Sentinel. We'll be back on Wednesday with more X-Files game. And tomorrow night's back to King's Quest 4. That's creepy. You might want to play with the tape on that desk, too. You never know. He likes his old electronics, old Zenith radios. Look at that. RCA tubes. He's got all these, like... The truth is out there, Husky. Yes, it is. I just can't find it. I'm looking, but I don't see it. It knocked you down and stole your wallet.
Agent Wilmore, the prodigal son returns.
I could use a little help on this case.
I could use some help with this case.
Okay, let me review your notes. You want to get that laptop working. Call the Computer Crimes Division and have somebody take a look at it. The rest of it looks pretty good.
Okay, so I guess that means we should go check out the crime lab. Oh, I walked into the kitchen, didn't I? There we go. And to the crime lab, which is here.
Hey, John, how have you been?
Bored. I hope you have something real exciting for me.
I'll do my best.
So, what have you got?
I have this laptop that's no longer in my inventory. Wait a minute. So, stupid. Am I able to not pick it up again? How am I going to do this? How am I supposed to do this? This doesn't make any sense. I can't carry it because it won't let me. If I click on it, it just takes me to the password screen. So why am I going to the... Oh, you know, I didn't think about it. I didn't think about doing this. Oh my goodness. I don't even know if I did this the last time I played it. So let's see what happens when I search for the phone number that we got no answer from. All the predecessor of the IBM. Yeah, the thick brick. The think brick. I used to work on those. That was a thing. Let's see, phone number. So it was 206 or 202. I think it was 206. Yeah, 206-555 0182. They say you had to call the crime lab specific. Maybe that was what it was. Dockside Warehouse, 62 Bell. Oh, okay.
You have mail.
I have more mail? It just occurred to me that you should use the ING to trace the local number that Scully and Mulder called. If the trace pans out, I'd suggest you visit that location. Ah, okay. Yeah, I see. So let's try the PD computer crime. 0188, 206 0188. Oh, I goofed. Is that not it? There we go. Netted a copy of Windows 1 and 3.
Thank you for calling the Seattle Police Department Computer Crimes Division. We are currently in the process of upgrading our voicemail and phone system. As a result, we are unable to handle your call at the moment. We apologize for any inconvenience. Please try again tomorrow.
I can't try again tomorrow. It's called an investigation. It sounds like it was just slightly before I started working there, Kanazo. I actually was there, it was like 96, I think, was when I started. Late 95 or something like that. I think it was 96. So that didn't do any good, calling that. If you select your criminal files in the ING and type in the name of any Fox Interactive hyperbole staff, you get a bio or photo of that person. So there's an Easter egg. Hang on, let's try the Easter egg in this. That's something that was in the Prima Guide I didn't know existed. All right, so we'll go... So we'll go into ING. Nokia 6110, that phone, and the 6150 was the one of the best phones ever made by Nokia. I've heard good things about that. All right, so game manual has the full credit at the end. So let's go with Gary Scheinwald. He was Fox Interactive's producer.
Incoming ads for you non-subscribers. Use your Twitch Prime now.
That's great. Gary Scheinwald. Date of birth, February 1966, February 25th. 6'2", 165. Brown hair. Race only for pink slips. I like that. You bought this game back in the day but had no idea how to play it. Yeah, that was one of the problems with FMVs. I didn't like games like this back in the 90s too much. I had a hard time with it. I never had this one, though. I didn't play this one. Just remember the old school Nintendo Game Counselor hotline. 206-885-7529. You remember your first laptop? A Toshiba, which was that particularly kind of unsightly gray plastic that certain medical instruments are made of. Born in 1966 in Swingen, London, England, the son of a Lithuanian ant farmer and a woman who was later sentenced to life imprisonment for inventing the phrase 24/7. Scheinwald first turned to crime in the traumatic aftermath of a bizarre lemon juicing accident during which he lost the ability to whistle. Spurned by his family and friends, he retreated into the realm of cyberspace, the shrill tones of the modem filling the void left by his vocal disfigurements. A natural-born hacker, he had great success in breaking into online computer databases, which not only kept his police record clean, but also allowed him to become president of the world, whistling Federation by manipulating the 1994 election results. Soon after his inauguration, he embarked on a campaign of revenge and terror, the likes of which had not been seen since the campaign of revenge of terror the year before. However, hacking couldn't salvage the situation when, during an October 1995 press conference, he announced that WhistleFest 95 would be held in Sicily because the weather in England really wasn't too great. Fearing a backlash for an investment in tourism, government issued a warrant for his arrest on charges of high treason. In November 95, he is believed to have fled London for the United States, where it is rumored that he hides in the Los Angeles underground. Today, still wanted by the British government, he survives as a hacker of fortune. A master of disguise. Last known photograph of him still above. You read this, don't know if it's valid while you were on the PDA screen. Write the nature of infinity is paradox, then press enter. A new place called Hyperbole Studio will appear in Seattle. Interesting. Well, let's try. Because I couldn't get the drawing to work either for some reason. Oh, I see. Hang on a second. So where you can call the B team. Yeah, right. While you're in the PDA green screen, where am I going to do that, though? The nature of infinity is paradox. There it is. Wow. That was it. That's it. Hyperbole Studios. Interesting. I didn't see that. I'll have to look in the
Incoming ads for you non-subscribers. Use your Twitch Prime now. Incoming ads for you non-subscribers. Use your Twitch Prime now.
Give me just a few minutes here. We'll be right back after these ads. And I don't know if we can go to Hyperbole Studios, but we'll try. So anyway, see you in just a few. Don't go nowhere.
Hello, hello. number 6 with extra dip, a number 7, 2 number 45s, 1 with cheese, and a large soda.
Welcome. How you doing, Winter Slice? You're offended that my 90 smartphone has better features than most modern ones do, and with way fewer ads. Let's see here. So we've got apartment, dockside warehouse. That's where we're headed next. Field office. Okay. And Focht, welcome in with a 3-stream streak. Thank you so much for that. There's this wonderful service called Controlled that you'd like to oh, wait. Oh, an 80 stream streak, Lazy Crib. Oh my God. 80 stream streak. Jeez. I don't know if I just crashed the game or what. It seems everything has stopped moving. Uh-oh. It indeed did freeze, and the CD-ROM drive is not spinning up. There is no start button activity. Nor hard drive activity. Uh-oh. I may have clicked on something that froze the game. Maybe I shouldn't have done it from here. Maybe the Hyperbole Studios thing
where you've been tangoed
was a problem. Let's see. The nature of infinity is paradox. I guess I'm going to have to shut it down. And I didn't save it before I should have saved it more often. All right.
Oh, no!
It happens. Old computer hardware, you know? Let's see.
Yes.
No. Do a quick scan on the drive. Give me just a second. Make sure it's all good. Because you know Windows will complain. Yeah, old computer software too. And I still don't know of a patch. Like I said, if anybody happens to know of a patch for the X-Files game, I couldn't even find it on PC Gaming Wiki. Yeah, no information about an official patch for the game in the search results, so... Should be done in just a minute. Sorry for the delay. I'm letting Windows handle its thing. And then we'll get back to the game. In the meantime, take a look at what else we were supposed to do. So trace the number. We did that. We learned of the location of the dockside warehouse. And travel to the docks. That was what I was trying to do. Travel to the dockside warehouse in Seattle, and it crashed. Hopefully it doesn't crash again when I get there, or when I get back into the game. How dare you delay gaming with an entirely... I mean, really, it's almost done. It literally is almost done. It's like in the last little pixels there at the end of the scanning and repairing feature of the drive. Oh, wow, that is her. Huh. Ah, there we go. No errors were found. Well, that's a good thing. All right. One more time. With feeling.
Once more.
And I remember having some rather crashy kind of bugs the first time I played through it. The game is not 100% stable, which is one of the reasons why I was desperately searching for a patch before I started playing the game, and I guess there was never an official patch for it. This came out right at the tail end of any FMVs. I mean, really, they disappeared for the most part. 96, 97 were kind of the last of the FMVs. And I got the impression this probably started production at that point, and was so high end. It was such a big budget FMV game that it was not really, they didn't want to continue spending money on it once the game came out because they weren't selling very well, for one thing. I don't know how well this went in stores. I don't even remember it coming out, but it may not have gotten a lot of advertisement. Yeah, that actually loaded faster and was ready to go faster, so maybe it did something right. But it means I have to go through all these conversations again. So bear with me. Boom. I love the menu. Okay, so sadly I've got to go through all this crap one more time because I didn't save it. I know that I missed... this. And I missed this. Which we dialed. 360-555-0177. This isn't really important to the game, I'm pretty sure of that, but I'm kind of curious, any little thing that we do, if it opens up something for an Easter egg or something, would be great.
Squeaky wheel
Hey, Susie.
gets the kick.
Oh. I hope this is the right number. Maybe I dialed the wrong number. Oh. 0177, yeah. Oh, 360, that's what it was. 360. Why is it 360? I guess that's another Seattle area code, as big as the city is, big as the area is.
Hi, thanks for calling the Everett Diner.
Thank you for calling the Everett Diner. I'm not going to play the whole thing. We've looked at that. Got the laptop.
Should we check the outgoing calls?
That's a good idea. The clerk will probably have a record.
Okay, as crash happy as this is going to be, I think I should save it after we do this.
What are you, a child? I said don't do that.
Do you keep a record of outgoing calls?
Sure, for billing purposes.
Could I get a copy, please?
Great. Give me a minute. I want you to know you're putting me behind.
Sorry, I don't mean to bother you at work.
Fine.
Tough, lady, tough. Okay, and then I know 0182 is not going to answer, so 202-555-0149 is Frohickey, or really the lone gunman, and then 0182 won't answer. So let's try... Oh, crap. I ran through it so quick. What was it? 202-555-0149. And then Frohickey answers. Blows them off because he's like, yeah, anybody could call and say they're the FBI.
Hello?
Get off my phone.
What is this?
Agent Wilmore, FBI. Who are you?
I asked you first.
Look, I work for the FBI.
Sure, okay. Why didn't you say so in the first place?
Internet issues. Hmm. Okay, so that was one. And then the other one, which doesn't answer, is 206-555-0182. And then nobody actually answers. I'll let it ring a few times just because. Okay, so we know that one doesn't respond.
I'll be reviewing my notes in the meeting room.
All right, you do that. So we'll go ahead and utilize Shanks for help.
Agent Wilmore, the prodigal son returns.
I could use some help with this case.
Okay, let me review your notes. You want to get that laptop working. Call the Computer Crimes Division, have somebody take a look at it. The rest of it looks pretty good.
Okay. And they won't answer because, you know, their phones are down. It's so useless.
Thank you for calling the Seattle Police Department Computer Crimes Division. We are currently in the process of upgrading our voicemail and phone system. As a result, we are unable to handle your call at the moment. We apologize for any inconvenience. Please try again tomorrow.
Oh, right into the kitchen I go. Wait, is there anything? I haven't really explored the kitchen, have I? Nothing in the kitchen to look at. It's kind of a pointless place to be, it looks like. Meritorious Service Award. Armistead Shanks. Dated March 15th, 1974. That wasn't even a year old. Call 60. Okay. Let's see what happens. Somebody answers and goes, nice. Nope. Not in their database. Boink. There goes the laptop. We sit down. We look up. Oh, I should save. And there's only 3 save slots, which sucks. 4. That's why you added the... Oh! Okay, Shiloh.
You've got mail.
Oh, I got an idea. I know what I need to do next. Hang on a second. Someone said last stream that if you click the 0 in welcome, it logs in. Never tried that. Oh, really? I might try that next. Let's see. So we're gonna first I need to look for the license plate because that was something I had to do. Okay, so now we're gonna look up criminals, and we're gonna look up the producer of the game, Gary Scheinwald. Oh. Hey, Caffeine Terry. So I'm going to forward this to everybody. Everybody gets this guy's messages. Let's see what kind of a response I get back from him. Okay. So we'll quit. I'll click on it again. You said 0, huh? Just type 0. Incorrect password or account name. Please try again. Oh, click the letter O. No? Oh. Yeah, that's not doing it for me. Let's try each of the letters. Yeah. Huh. Oh well. But it might be like the Net. There's you know, the movie The Net. There's a little icon somewhere in the corner I can click on and suddenly it hacks your way in, you know. I am enjoying it actually. It's one of those games that's kind of slow to play through. It's probably better to play by yourself than to try to stream it because it's a lot of looking at the same thing over and over and over, and that might not always translate well, but it's cool tech by itself. So let's save again because this is where we crashed. Now, we also, what was the message again there, Pi? I got it up here. Hang on a second. You don't have to repeat it. The nature of infinity is paradox. Let's see what happens. The nature of infinity is paradox. That opens up Hyperbole Studios. Yeah. Oh, that is the crash bug. So apparently it doesn't like that. Because it froze again after typing that in. So apparently something to do with the game crashes it. Certainly makes you want to do an X-Files TV series marathon again. I've been wanting to watch it for a while. Sadly, I can't continue that particular message. Hang on a second. Let me bring it back up again. I just realized I thought I had the wrong memory configuration in my messaging there. You see anything X-Files? You want to watch X-Files? I know, right? But it's also one of those series that there's so many really good episodes. Like some really classic ones. One of my favorite one is the HOA episode, which I think is hilarious because they act like they're a married couple living in this new planned community.
And the haunted house.
Yeah, the haunted house one was good. I mean, the seasons with Robert Patrick started to grow. Yeah, the seasons with Robert Patrick weren't awful, but I really missed having Mulder in the series. It still kind of felt a little void. I think it bugged me more that they really didn't do a great job of truly explaining his absence and making it worth the effort. It felt it felt kind of wasted. I don't know exactly how else to describe that. It was definitely the weakest part of the series. And Carrie Elwes being in it as sort of a pseudo evilish kind of a character. Not exactly their best friend. You'll have a lot of... Yeah, the Monster of the Week episodes, they were great. Yep. I like those too. Evil or misunderstood? See, that's the real question. Did it crash? Kind of, Reg. The game itself is not exactly the most stable of games, and there is no official patch to correct some of the stuff. And what I did is that there is an Easter egg in the PDA. You can type the paradox of infinity is... Or excuse me, the nature of infinity is paradox when you're on the GPS screen, and it'll actually put a link to the Hyperbole Studios, which was the maker of the game. And then it'll crash the game. It freezes the whole computer, and you can't exit out of it. So I have to restart. I hate doing that, but, you know, it's exactly what happened. So I'm not doing that again. It's done it to me twice. I'm not going to type that in there. I really wanted to see if it would take us to like a walkthrough tour of Hyperbole Studios. That's kind of why I kept clicking it. The episodes with Toombs. Yeah, Toombs is a great character. Squeeze is one of the best. That was a creepy episode, wasn't it? The guy at the airport, the beggar on the little car. Oh, yeah, that dude is... That was really creepy. That one I know what you're talking about. Oh, I didn't search that phone number yet. The 0182 phone number. Like for Earth Final Conflict, but then you think I'm not the only one who ever watched the show. What was that, 206 or 202? I think it's 206. Yeah, 206-555-0182. Okay. Remember the robot roaches that dug under people's... Oh, that was creepy. Oh. Dockside Warehouse. There we go. Did I get any email responses back from me forwarding the producer's criminal record? Had the guy from 24 in it. Yeah. Don't crash. There we go.
Actually, 24 had the guy from Lost Boys in it.
That's true. You ever watched 24? But the show is mostly entertaining.
It would be helpful to have some background on the case your agent was pursuing.
Wouldn't it? When I have some, I'll share it with you.
Skinner could be so two-faced. There was also an episode which was a nod to The Thing, more or less, with worms that got into people's brain. Yeah, and made them act weird. There's also an isolated Coldplay. Oh, I remember that one. Yeah, they were coring ice, and then they had to show up at like a Arctic station or something like that and discover it after they had unleashed it again. Oops. Warehouse release 206-555-0131.
cannot be completed as dialed. Please check the number.
206-555-0131. Guess they're really not that interested in leasing this dock. So he's not here yet. He'll be here later, I think. There's I think Mr. Wong or something will show up here later. It really did feel like the thing. He kind of did, didn't it? Eat the corn. What? What does that say? Eat the corn. I don't know what that says there, though. All right, I guess we're going to have to unlock that door first. Skinner's like, would you get over here and fix this?
I'm gonna pretend you're not doing that.
He looks that's good. This is actually, oops, sorry. This is actually the first scene that you really get to use your evidence kit and flashlight in.
Why don't you check out the main floor? I'm gonna take a look in there.
It's also a pretty large area with lots of stuff that you could easily miss. He always looks like a disappointed dad. He really does, doesn't he? This is to me, this was one of the most pixel hunty parts of the whole game. Just kind of looking at every little detail. And you can't really move on until you have uncovered all the key things. There's a few things you don't have to pick up. Let me guess. He can't open it because he needs a crowbar. 3 are needed, yeah. Yeah, it looks like I'm going to need to find a crowbar. I think that was what I was looking for there before. And one of the pieces of evidence that you don't necessarily need is one of the most pixel hunty in the game. It's like awful hard to find. And I'm still missing it because it's like in this area somewhere. Maybe it's over here, but it's... Resort to the old run the hand over everything till it changes. That's pretty much the way it usually ends up working. It's a form of brute forcing, but it's not the only way to really brute force it. Because some of this stuff is so tiny. Welcome in, by the way. It's good to see you there. Good to see you there, Persianeer. Welcome to the channel. But what I'm looking for is a small little literal pixel on the floor, and it is it can't be more than 2 or 3 pixels worth of searching. Like, you can't really highlight it without being almost exact. And it's just a cigarette butt. That's all it is. And everybody misses it. You played this back in the day? I've only played it once. And this is the second time in about 4 or 5 years. All right, well, I can look for that later. Let's go to the office and pick up some obvious stuff first. It took a lot of time. There's a lot of stuff that's... let's see. An old safe. And the flashlight is virtually useless. But required in some places to find... Oh, wait. Hang on a second. That's right. It's just where we were.
Why would Mulder and Scully have called this location?
I'm not sure, but it's the best lead we've got.
Aha. Look, it's an old computer. It doesn't even look that old. It's not a gray box either. Look at that. That's when they started changing over. Wait a minute. That looks like... almost looks like a cable box. Heh. And I felt like there was something oh, I can go upstairs. That's right. And this is where the flashlight starts to come in handy. Yeah, there's the crowbar. This is like, you expect a jump scare at any moment. I don't think there are any. Oh, that goes back down. Okay. I want to say that's all that's up here. There might be another thing that I'm missing. How the heck do I get out of here? I found the stairs. Oh, there it is. Okay, let's see. Oop. Let's see what's in the crate. I don't remember. crates of ash. Interesting. So that's that. I don't think we need anything from that anymore. Can't pick up the... Oops. That was interesting. Okay, what's 441? I don't know what that means. Oh, the back door. Oh no, wait, this is the front door. Is that where we came in? I didn't realize that was where we came in. I guess it is where we came in. And I swear there was something on one of these columns of pillars or whatever you want to call them. Hey, Mac, how you doing? Just getting lost in usual places. Oh, this takes us to the back door. Thank you for giving that shout out there, Echo. I appreciate that. How are you doing today? Oh, there's Mr. Wong, I think is his name.
What's your name? Who's asking? Agent Wilmore, FBI. Like to ask you a few questions. Agent Wilmore, FBI. Like
What's
to
your
ask you a few
quest?
questions. What's your name?
James Wong.
Does this look familiar to you?
No. What is it?
Why don't you let me ask the questions?
Well, geez. Be a jerk, why don't you? Doing good, big chillin'. Ha ha. You got anything planned today? What are you playing lately?
What can you tell me about that warehouse?
Commodore Chronicles, how you doing
much.
this morning?
It's a warehouse. I don't know. I just dock here. Yeah, they used to haul a lot of cargo in and out of there. Armed guards sometimes. Lately it's been pretty quiet, which ain't too surprising, considering what's been going on around here.
Well, what exactly is that?
Fish been drying up.
So what's happened to the fishing?
I don't know, but it's getting bad. Some folks say it's from overfishing.
How long's this been going on?
Long enough for a lot of guys to move on. Can't make ends meet. I'm thinking about it myself.
What is the capital of Assyria? I honestly couldn't tell you without looking it up.
Have you noticed any unusual activity?
Not really, just the fact the warehouse has been a lot quieter than usual.
You been here this last week?
Pretty much.
You haven't seen or heard anything unusual?
No, I try to get home by dusk, see my family.
Nineveh? Ah!
Tell me about your family.
Why?
Curious. Just want to know about your family, that's all.
Okay. Wife, little girl.
How old's your daughter?
7.
Young for a man your age. I'm surprised.
I eat a lot of fish.
Is your wife younger than you?
Young enough to have a 7-year-old.
How long have you been in this country?
My accent give it away, huh? 10, 11 years, maybe.
Where you from, Mr. Wong?
China. I left Canton in 1985.
All right, well, there's that.
Never seen him before. I don't want that. What's the matter with you? Don't do that.
I like doing that. Smile.
What's the matter with you?
Just, you know, evidence. I think we end up talking to him again later on. I think I need to talk to Skinner again. About to look up where that silly cigarette butt is here in a minute. I know it's in here. I just don't remember where. I want to say there's like a puddle of blood or something too that we're supposed to examine.
Incoming ads for you non-subscribers. Use your Twitch Prime now.
Not now. I'm busy trying to find aliens and murderers and kidnappers and the smoking man. Oranges! Not looking for oranges. Doing well. Game this month, the anniversary of a very special game, John Romero's Daikatana. Ooh. You're gonna play the Game Boy Color version of. I didn't know there was a Game Boy Color version of Daikatana. And then the PC 1.2 release. That's actually going to be kind of interesting. And doing it in complete silence, yeah. You've always heard the Game Boy Color version was better. Well, it probably got more attention, considering it kind of got rushed. I think at the end, it was definitely one of those games that it had a bad reputation to begin with because it was kind of broken. I never played it. Yeah, you'll have to let Kilgore know. He's probably going to play it again. He likes that game. I mean, it's not a bad game from what I've heard, but it had sort of a bad reputation when it first came out. You had the European release only. They canceled the North American release after the PC release was so poorly received. Yeah. You hadn't played it either? Yeah, I haven't touched it. One of these days I'll get around to it.
What do you think about that?
I don't know, but I suggest you minimize your contact with it until we have it analyzed.
Sorry, he's already stuck his hands in the box that had the stuff, so, you know, just minimized contact, right? A lot of things about it, but it does have its rough moments, yeah. It seemed to me it was more technological issues than gameplay. Was it gameplay as well? Was there a lot of gameplay issues? Guy at work is a massive X-Files fan, and you've been telling him to play this. He's never played this? He's a huge X-Files fan, and he's never touched it. This is one of those that's usually not that expensive to just get discs for. And it seems like it's fairly regularly available if you know where to look. definitely worth trying out. I would love to try the DVD version. I want to see what the graphic resolution difference is. It's claimed to be a higher resolution version of the videos. All right, where was that cigarette butt? Oh yeah, there is a blood spot on the warehouse floor that I'm supposed to find. Yeah. So the blood and the cigarette butt are the two that I need. Well, I don't need the cigarette butt. That's not required.
Oh.
But I do want to find it. Is that it right there? That might be it right there. Of course, I can't find how to click on it. How Ion Storm started and ended was a massive crash and burn. Romero and the boys were spending cash like it was a monopoly money, and then Daikatana was released. Romero was a great visionary, but apparently not great at managing money or finding people to help keep him in check, I guess. He's an artist. I'll give him that, and that's really, I think, his strength. He really knows what's cool. Like he can do great things, but he needs somebody to rein him in. Hey, Pishbot, how you doing? You love the X-Files? Might watch it again from the beginning. I've been wanting to. Wait a minute. There it is. Okay, I'm gonna pause it right here. And when we get back from these commercials, we'll continue. Give me just a few minutes. Good to see you, Pishbot. Let's see. I bought an entire penthouse floor of a skyscraper and thought it would be a great idea to have a glass ceiling in Texas. Oh my God. Wait. What did I miss? That was always my assessment of the guy. Great artist, really nice guy, but bad at the business side of things. They bought an entire penthouse floor of a skyscraper and thought it'd be a great idea to have a glass ceiling in Texas. Yeah, in Dallas, they were the Dallas-Fort Worth area, I believe, right? Developers had to work under tarps to get in shade since the office was so hot. Oh my God, I didn't know about that. That's insane.
Come on,
yeah,
then.
that is.
You want to go? You want some argy-bargy?
That's awful, though. I mean, I lived in Houston, and it was decidedly hotter than Dallas. And holy cow, it was bad. Okay, let's see. So this is the blood stain that we were going to look at. It definitely does, doesn't it? So it looks like we're going to be going to the crime lab soon. We got some black powdery stuff. Okay. There's another location I can look down. There it is. Nope. That's the crates we've already opened. That's where we found the black powdery substance. You remember trying to fence outdoors in summer when the air was hotter and your own blood? It sucked. It was awful. It was always so uncomfortable. And in Houston, it was always so humid that it felt like it was always on the verge of raining. It could be not a single cloud in the sky. There's the cigarette butt. It could be not a single cloud in the sky. And it'd be so humid. Haven't read Romero's book yet, but that was mentioned in Masters of Doom. Great read for anyone who is interested about game development in the 90s, yeah. Carmack seemed to be a little more business savvy, but he also was a bit more of a technical nerd. And Romero was the art guy for sure, right? I don't know what Carmack's idea as far as business. He seemed more business savvy. Well, that's what I'm looking for. Oh, wow. Okay. Could look up there as well. I didn't even notice that. I need to go one more forward and then look down, investigate that. Being more business savvy than Romero is pretty low bar, though. I mean, that's not entirely unusual for an artist, though. I mean, a lot of artists tend to fail not because their art is not any good. They tend to fail because they can't manage.
I don't want that.
They can't manage the finances appropriately. I mean, I always like, it's like Billy Joel. There's a story about Billy Joel and his accountant stealing all of his money. And, he openly admitted in an interview, he's like, I'm not a great mind for numbers. I can't do it. He says, but I learned from it. You hire an accountant, then you hire a lawyer to watch the accountant. It's after that. Carmack worked like a machine and expected, the same insane dedication and standards from others as well. That I'd heard too. Like he and his cat. Wait. I hadn't heard that as it came. Not to say it didn't happen, but that is the first time I've heard that. That's crazy.
What do you think about that?
Alrighty.
I don't know, but I suggest you minimize your contact with it until we have it analyzed.
What do you think about this?
It's a popular brand.
I'll have some DNA tests run on the blood.
I'll take a sample to the side crime lab in D.C. and have it analyzed.
That blood is troubling.
It doesn't look very good, does it? Let's have it analyzed and hope it belongs to someone else.
If they were killed, where are their bodies?
If they were killed, where are the bodies?
I doubt the killers would leave the bodies of 2 federal agents lying here for us to find. If they're dead, we'll probably never find them. Let's just hope that's not the case. Now, if we delay any longer, we'll be lucky to find anything.
Dark, man. That's dark. All right. Let's see if Wong is still out here and if he can give us any more information now. No, he's gone. He done peaced out. He's like, see ya, don't wanna be ya. Not gonna be around for this one. Okay, so no more Wong.
Get some help!
Hey, New Gamancer. Let's see, before I go driving off anywhere, make sure it doesn't crash and freeze on me. All right. Oop. Where are we heading next? Not going back there. Dockside, apartment, field office. Let's go to the crime lab. I think I only got 2 pieces of evidence, but I may need to go
John,
back.
How have you been?
May need to go
Good.
back.
I hope you have something real exciting for me.
I'll do my best.
So, what have you got? What have we here? You're gonna have to do better than this. I can tell you right now what this is. It's industrial grade lead.
Lead?
Industrial grade lead?
Yeah.
Why lead?
I don't know. It's used for anything from
I
marine
think there's
scuba
someone
divers
in the
to
bushes
mining
there.
X-ray vests. Pretty common stuff.
Is there any reason why someone would treat this like contraband?
Nope. It's neither illegal nor sexy.
Thank you for the Sean Connery
There's no reason why anybody should want or need to smuggle it anywhere.
It's random. I spent the day working with the headache from the cooler weather. Going to try to rest. Oh man, thank you so much for popping in the lurk. I appreciate that. Hopefully you're feeling better soon. Yes, definitely feel better.
What's this, blood?
Very good.
You got a target to match it to? I can tell you the blood type, but without a target for a DNA test, there's not much I can do. What's the case?
A couple of missing FBI agents. We think the blood may belong to one of them.
That's too bad. I'd suggest you have the Cycrime Lab in DC run it. They could probably match it against the current agent database pretty quickly. No thanks, I'm trying to quit.
That's very funny.
Thank you. One Morley cigarette butt. I'll give it the once over.
Okay, so nothing else there. I'm guessing I think I'm missing one other piece of evidence. Because I've got the black powdery substance, the blood sample. I don't know what else it could be.
What do you think about that?
Oh, okay.
I don't know, but I suggest you minimize your contact with it until we have it analyzed.
Let's see, what else? And I feel like there was something here that I could look for that I was missing. Either that cabinet or like one of these cabinets. Or was it this cabinet? I don't remember what it was. All right, let's see what I'm missing. I feel like I've done pretty good remembering some of this stuff. Okay. So the things that we're supposed to find... Oh, wait a minute. That's right, there was something in the post. I knew there was something in the post in one of the supports that I was supposed to find, but it's another pixel hunty spot. This one I think I had to use a walkthrough just to find anyway. I really couldn't for the life of me find... There it is. Right there. This was the third piece of evidence that you had to find. The infamous bullet. Yep. Okay. And I think that's it. That's definitely the third piece that I needed. So the black powdery substance, the blood, and the bullet were the three things that I think were required. There's an in-game joke, and I didn't test it. You can also pick the lock with the Jose Chung book. So you could actually pick the lock with this book right here, not just the lock pick itself. I should have tested that. That's pretty funny. So easy to spot. Yeah, exactly, Pi. Let's see. Okay, now that we've collected the cigarette butt, the blood, and the black powdery substance. So we've already talked to James Wong. I did try to offer him the book, which is good. Just have a few. Oh, yeah, okay. Okay. So that's actually it. There's one more thing that I can do here. It's not required. Let's see if it's active. I may have missed my opportunity for this. Oops, I mean to go that way. Don't think it was there. I think it was visible here. Yeah, there was actually, I remember doing this when I played it the first time. It was actually a point where we were supposed to... Yeah, I missed it, I think. There was originally a black sedan here that I could take a picture of. And I missed that opportunity, I think, when I left the first time. So I did miss something. It's not crucial, but it's probably the smoking man watching us. That's what I've always wondered. All right, so we'll go here. Back to the crime lab. And give him the bullet.
Finally, something that looks like evidence. Thought you boys had gone dumpster diving or something. One slug. Looks like a 38. It's not in very good shape. Standard stuff, I guess?
Yeah, I dug it out of a hunk of wood.
You got it.
Okay, now then. Back to the field office. Really sleazy, yeah, he pretty much is. He's definitely an oddball character. And why he does that random Sean Connery imitation is just, it's bizarre.
I don't believe we're done in the field, Agent Wilmore.
Don't be that way then, Skinner. Let's see what...
Hey, in or out, okay? I'm trying to work here.
I could use some help with this case.
Okay, let me review your notes. I'd go back to the warehouse if I were you.
Really?
Rest of it looks pretty good.
Need to go back to the warehouse, huh? Okay. I would not have guessed. Oh, that's the kitchen again. I always do that. Well. So what did I miss in the warehouse? Let's see. Okay, so, approach Skinner, see the lock in the warehouse door, use the lockpick on the door, open the door. In-game joke, you can also pick the lock with the lock at the Jose Chung book. Inside, you must collect various items using your FBI evidence kit. So, let's see. From the warehouse, front, go forward, right, forward, left, and look down. There's the blood spatter right there on the floor. So we've gathered a sample of that. After Wilmore reports to Skinner, move the pointer over the post. Yeah. So really, that's what it was, is that you should have been paying attention to this whole scene. So we've extracted the bullet, and we've already found the cigarette butt, so that's not a problem. I don't have to find the cigarette butt to successfully complete the game. It's not a necessary item. However, we did find the crowbar. And let's see. Return to the officer and see Skinner, who says this phone is DOA. We haven't heard. He hasn't said that yet. Click on the crates for a close-up. Just carve it open the crate. Use the evidence kit. We've already done that. Collected. Return to the office and talk to Skinner. So he's saying I'm still not done. The blood, black powder, and Morley butt on Skinner. So what is missing? I've done all this stuff.
The bullet passed through. The victim may only have been injured.
And that's assuming they were only shot once. But I appreciate your optimism, Agent Wilmore.
Okay, so And he never did say the phone was DOA. I'm going to save it right here because I'm not sure about... That's a weird thing to require me to come back just to do, you know? Oh, yeah, this is different. Okay. That was it. It was literally one dialogue option I didn't choose.
That sedan's been following us since we left the field office.
Ah.
Who do you think it is?
Someone who's interested in what we're doing.
What should we do about that car?
I think that's your call, Agent Wilmore.
Do you think they know about Mulder and Scully?
It's possible. Why don't you go ask them? What's the matter with you?
Old Impala. Did I miss my photo op? I missed my photo op, didn't I?
That sedan's been following us since we left the field office.
Who do you think it is?
Someone who's interested in what we're doing.
What should we do about that car?
I think that's your call, Agent Wilmore.
Do you think they know about Mulder and Scully?
It's possible. Why don't you go ask them?
All right. Okay, so that was... Yeah, there we go.
What's the matter with you?
Just making sure, in case you go missing, I know what you look like. Where in the world is Scully and Mulder? They're always missing. But the truth is out there.
Do you think Wong is involved?
I don't know. Did you get the sense that he knew more than he was telling you?
He's definitely hiding something. Why were we being followed?
I don't know, but whoever's involved in this case isn't afraid of the FBI. There could be an underworld connection.
You think the blood belongs to one of your agents?
I can't rule it out. But I'll wait for the test results before making a determination. I suggest you do the same, Agent Wilmore.
Where in the world is Carl Mulder and Scully Lego? Or Yago? Scully Yago? There we go. How much filming time did Jillian and David have for this game? They're not in the game very much. They have a very limited opening sequence. And then Scully, I think, has a little bit more screen time than Mulder does. She seems to appear much earlier towards the end of the game.
I could run a DNA test on the saliva on that cigarette.
That's a bit of a stretch, Agent Wilmore. I wouldn't waste my time.
Is there any connection with the decline in fishing?
I don't see any obvious connection. Board fishing isn't a federal offense.
What do you think that powdered lead is being used for?
I don't know. That one has me really stumped. It could be a byproduct of weapons manufacture. I suggest you conduct a little research.
AD Skinner, you've got a call on line 1.
This is Skinner. I understand. I have to go back to Washington immediately. I'll take some of the blood back to the lab in D.C. for analysis. I want you to begin surveillance on that warehouse tonight. These two agents are very important to me.
All right. Well, he just up and disappeared out of the scene. Give me your
You should help
advice.
with this case. Okay, let me review your notes. I'd run a background check on Wong. The rest of it looks pretty good.
I guess I'm not doing too badly if that's all he's ever saying. Don't fall for it. Don't go into the kitchen. Oh, look, Cook's back. I'm going to do the background check first.
Hey, pal, how's it going out there?
I guess
I'm
he's
sure
going
you're sucking up to Skinner appropriately.
He decided to follow me in here, I guess.
It's going good. Cool. What's Skinner like?
Kind of a tight ass.
Kind of a tight ass.
Well, I'm sure he's torqued about his missing people. Hey, listen. If you need anything, you just let me know, okay?
Thanks, man.
What's with the laptop?
No, Scully's. It's password protected.
You want me to call Computer Crimes Division and see what they can do?
Sure.
You got it. No problem.
Cook's acting real suspicious, don't you think? Let me check your notes, Detective. This is a drawing. Well, you know what you drew. Get the hell out of my office. Oh man, Hobo Joe. I remember when the first IBM ThinkPad hit just under 4 pounds. It was like 4.85 pounds or something like that. It came out when I was working there. They hailed that as like a miracle because they were all like 7 or 8 pounds. It was ridiculous. Hey, Yuli, how you doing this afternoon, actually? Welcome in. And James Wong. They were called laptops, not because they sat in your lap, but because they were as thick as your thighs. James Wong, October 4th. Either that's October 4th of 1948 or that is April 10th of 1948, I guess. Probably October 4th. They've done it the other way, too, so it's kind of confusing. Height 5'9", 185, black hair, brown eyes. Let's see. Born in Houston, Texas. Wait a minute. He said he moved here from Canton, China in 1985, yet field notes show him born in Houston, Texas in 1948. He was even in the military for 1 year, dishonorable discharge. After it was discovered he lied about his age to enter the service. 1968, assault in Chicago, charges dropped. 1972, robbery in Lampasas, I'm not sure how to pronounce that. New York, convicted, served 6 months in Denimora State Penitentiary. 1976, armed robbery, Pittsburgh. Charges dropped. 83, possession of stolen property. Mistrial. 88, possession of controlled substance with intent to distribute. Served 18 months in San Quentin. Possession in 91, possession of stolen property. Charges dropped. In 95, possession of stolen. So all these charges dropped and mistrials. It's only like 2 or 3 times he actually spent time in prison. Doing okay. Your Roomba drove off into the bedroom while you were at work and got stuck under the bed, so I turned it on again when I returned. And now it's being a dick. Keeps trying to vacuum you instead of doing the other room.
X-Files.
Yeah, we're talking about X-Files. There was a whole episode where all the robot things like the Roombas went nuts. Skynet is real. Hey, they're trying to bring it to life. I'll tell you that much.
It's why I no longer want a Roomba.
Yeah, my wife wanted a Roomba for the longest time, and when she watched that episode of X-Files, she's like, nope, not anymore. It knows you've been dissing AI art online, Yuli. Yes, it does. James Wong was one of the writers for the X-Files. You know, I don't know. And here you have one of the non-networked original Roombas. But yeah, sometimes I think one of your numerous enemies to get you. It's been hacked, whether you like it or not. Okay. So what else? Knowing the time this game came out, are all the appliances Y2K proof? Believe it or not, there really wasn't that much that was a Y2K issue. They fixed most of it long before it came out. James Wong and Glenn Morgan. Huh. So nothing new there. Oh, no, I get you having a bit of fun. It's just, it was funny that all the hype around that, it was like, oh my God, the whole world's coming to an end. TV shows and movies that played off of it and all this stuff. And it was like, I mean, I'm using a Pentium II, and it doesn't seem to have any problems, and it's showing the correct date. All right, so we've done that part.
How things been going here?
Pretty quiet. They moved on the militia group. You missed all that fun. But other than that, there hasn't been a whole lot going on.
Okay. Or at least a disaster movie. I mean, there were definitely movies and shows that had plots around it. That must be the laptop. Maybe I need to go back to the crime lab. There's actually one that was one that came out last year called Y2. That's right, there was, wasn't there? Let's see what the crime lab's got to say, if there's anything changed. Nope. Nada. What happens if I go back to where I was? It was at nighttime? It's dark this time. Interesting. Oh, wait. I think I need to load that. I didn't expect that. The whole camera thing, it can catch you off guard sometimes. You kind of forget. So we'll go this way. We'll do a quick chat with him. I think we already had the conversation with him at this point.
How things been going here?
Pretty quiet. They moved on the militia group. You missed all that fun. But other than that, there hasn't been a whole lot going on.
Nothing really, Hobo Joe. It's not critical. I can't remember how the game necessarily ends. Like, I don't remember if they give you, like, a scoring for your sleuthiness, like they do with, like, Laura Bow and the Dagger of Amon-Ra, or some other mystery games. Holy crap! Like that the door opened? Somebody else is opening the door for him. Interesting. Oh my god, I just got destroyed. Wow. First death in the game. Do you know first ever graphic adventure is getting a remake? First ever graphic adventure.
You know where you've been tangoed.
Are you talking about the I mean, because technically the first ever graphic adventure was the 1979 release by Roberta Williams, their first like real Sierra game before they were Sierra. So is that the one you're talking about? Which one are you talking about? Yeah, Mystery House. Oh, really? Okay. I couldn't remember. It was like, I want to call it Haunted House or Murder Mystery or something. Oh, you talked about it on the hip. Oh, okay. So we're going to save this right here. 9. I'm glad it's getting a remake because that's one of those that it was all wireframe graphics. That was the earliest versions of the engine that Sierra was using, like the first early concepts of it, if I'm not mistaken. Perhaps someone should remake Zork as a graphic adventure. In a manner of speaking, Return to Zork kind of sort of opened that up, but it was still really limited. Of course, it was supposed to be like, I think that was a prequel, actually. And the lock is just swinging. Yeah, I kind of figured. Not really sold on the Unity store assets it's probably using, but it's cool that it's getting a remake. Yeah. Oh. Wait a minute. Oh, never mind. Adventure got that treatment, yeah. Paparazzi. Well, you know. That looks like that same Impala, too. The one that sped off when we took pictures of it. And of course, it's going to be a little sluggish because I'm using the night vision goggles, which is sort of an overlay filter of some type. So this is pretty normal. This is actually better than what I got when I was using the Velocity 100. It was kind of glitchy. This is better. Hmm. Now, where were they going and what were they doing?
I have that happen sometimes. I've had it happen before. A lot of times it's migraine related. Yeah, it's just weird. I understand.
So, tell me about
Hey, Peter
Moon.
Steves.
You mean the latest masterpiece of fantasy storytelling from Lucasfilm's Brian Moriarty? Why, it's an extraordinary adventure with an interface of magic. Stunning, high-resolution 3D landscapes, sophisticated score and musical effects, not to mention the detailed animation and special effects, elegant point-and-click control of characters, objects and magic spells. Beat the rush! Go out and buy Loon today!
I still need to fix that to add the extra stuff that he says if you hit escape on that. That was so funny that was even a thing. Oh, there we go. Like, where the heck am I going? How do I get down? No. Wrong way. I don't know what I'm looking for here, or if there's anything to look for. Your favorite LucasArts Easter egg is the Snucky one? The what? What's that? That's actually, I kind of like looking for Easter eggs in games. Like this one, there's an Easter egg where you can use this book to unlock the doors to this warehouse. And I missed it. I didn't know you could do that until I just saw it in the book here a moment ago. And I'd already unlocked the door and saved over. You only get 3 save slots, and I'd already written over the saves preceding that, so I couldn't test it. Okay, so we've got, let's go back to the field office. I've got some pictures I need to download and email off to see. Oh, Snuckies. Oh, you're talking about the Sam and Max one. I gotta go to the bathroom. That one, where that comes from? Oh, he's gone. He's gone. Oh, I guess it's night. Everybody's gone to bed except me, huh? Yeah, it's a parody of Stuckies, yeah.
You've got mail.
Why do I have mail? There must be a lot of condensation in the room because everything is foggy. Well, I mean, you know, they're trying to make it dramatic. Hey, Sulfurian, how you doing this evening? Or morning? Everybody, exactly. Why are you sending me this? This is X-Files. Please let me know how you think this man is connected to our case. Thanks for the info. Of course, Skinner. What a star witness this guy is, huh? At least they're not berating me for sending them random emails. Have you gotten fired yet by Shanks? Not yet, but I have died a few times. Falkenbach. Okay, here's all our photos that I've taken. There's that. There's James Wong. There's the license plate, 240 eek. And there's a good photo of Skinner. 240 EAK. Let's see what we found here. 240 EAK. Is it going to show up under citizen? Probably not. Hey, Falkenbach. No data found, but it could also be FBI. It could be government or military. Error, restricted data. Okay, so I wonder... Just as a story what the game considers clues. Yeah, exactly. Isn't that cool? That was one thing I thought was kind of nifty about this game, the way the photos worked. It works better than it does in Phasmophobia, I'll tell you that. Whatever you take a picture of, God only knows what other people think it is. Oh, this guy's got a snow globe collection. At least it's not 50 pictures of your thumb. Hey, give him time. That picture of Bill Clinton? Okay. I mean, it is an FBI office. I guess it makes sense. I'm sure he's probably some...
He may have been president at the time.
Yeah. Oh, he was president at the time, yeah.
That would be what?
I don't think I noticed that the last time I played it. I didn't notice the pictures in the background. Or at least I didn't click on them. Okay, I think I remember the... Pretty sure Craig has a smirk on his face as well when he gets fired. Saw your osteopath today after a week of hard work in your garden, cutting down small trees and doing all sorts of things. He loosened me up. And now you're exhausted doing absolutely nothing except watching. Oh, thank you. Well, I'm glad you sound like you're doing better at least. Aha. Please see manager in Unit 311. Oh, I don't know if I actually looked around here. Still not sure who that is.
Incoming ads for you non-subscribers. Use your Twitch Prime now.
It's always rough To watch how Craig bonks his head on the floor in the death scene. I know, right? Slam. The elevator song in Maniac Mansion 2. There's a sequel to Maniac? Oh, you're talking about Day of the Tentacle. Yeah, I forgot. There is a sequel. It's just not called Maniac Mansion. It's called Elevator Classics, Snooky's Greatest Hits, Volume 4. Yeah, I haven't played Day of the Tentacle since it came out. You overdid it lifting some pretty heavy things and ended up with a few stuck vertebrae. Ooh. Well, I'm glad they got you sorted out. Oh, he's actually keeping track. Yeah, he's actually keeping track of his investigation. Interesting. So the journal is actually keeping track. It's April 2nd. Wow, what a day. First, Assistant Director Walker Skinner from D.C. shows up looking for 2 of his prize agents who have turned up missing out in Everett. Shanks assigns me. The AD and I began by backtracking their movements. We went to their hotel in Everett, checked a warehouse at the docks where they apparently visited, recovered some evidence, including blood samples and what looked like his A45 slug. It doesn't look good for the agents. Fox Mulder and Dana Scully both work out of the Bureau HQ in D.C. No trace of them has been found, but we're running down some leads. If I'm successful in finding them, it would look good on my file. Hoping to get some time off this weekend, but now with the big gun from the Bureau in town, it doesn't seem likely, not even for Easter Sunday. I'll have to make it up. Elizabeth later on. Got to remember to send a check to, yep. The Fox modem and data nully. There's an Easter egg if you use the gun on yourself when your character lays down on the bed. Oh, really? That sounds awful, actually. I think at some point I actually have him change his clothes by clicking on the closet. Can we make him take a shower? That's a rather dark Easter egg. That's what it sounds like to me, too. Can't even get him to brush his teeth. He never eats. His stuff is always exactly the same. He leaves his Coors bottles with 2 bottle caps just laying on the counter. Dude's a slob, man. Okay. Ooh, missed. Wait. Hang on a minute. Oh, I can't open that door. Hey, it's your kitchen. All right, so I guess I can go check at the crime lab. Maybe it's the next day. Maybe there's some updates. I can't remember how that worked. We got ads coming in here in about a minute, so.
Hey, Mr. Wilmore. Good to see you.
Been a while. All right. I'm going to pause it here for just a few minutes. A bit dark, but cool. Yeah, it is, isn't it? Give me just a few minutes. We'll be right back after these ads. We're going to go through the dialogue with Mr. Crime Lab, Sean Connery impersonator. Yeah, don't go nowhere. right. Thank you very much for that. Hey, we're back. Actually, our last little set of ads, so we'll snooze some of these out. Let's see what the Crime Lab's Sean Connery has to say.
You heard from Gloria?
Nope, she's still at her mom's.
Hey, when are you going to pay me that $1?
Did you know that I grew up in Cleveland?
Oh, Cleveland? Really?
Yes. And as a child, I've always regarded it as hell. Do you
Hey,
have
thank
any
you, Silver.
idea how cold it is in Cleveland?
Cold. Very cold. It is very cold in Cleveland today.
But not cold enough.
You working on anything good?
Yes, actually, an art theft. Very cool stuff. Mum's the word.
Ah, so the comic book is research.
Good one. Let's see, what else do we have?
What's the matter with you?
Just getting a good picture of him reading his comic book, doing nothing while I'm waiting on him to provide me some evidentiary information.
You making shit up now.
Yeah, pretty much. Look at the way he sneaks in. It's like, uh-oh, it's oh no, somebody's on the floor.
Hey, did you get the number of that bus?
You okay?
Yeah, I'm gonna live, unfortunately. Until Shanks gets a hold of me.
Why would Shanks? Yeah, he's just napping. It's fine.
Well, we better see if anything's missing.
Let me guess, the laptop is gone.
Scully's laptop is missing.
Yep.
That's your phone.
Is this Agent Wilmore?
Yes.
Agent Wilmore, this is Agent Pendrell of the Psi Crime Lab in D.C. I completed the preliminary analysis of the blood sample from your office. I'm afraid I got some bad news. It looks like that blood belongs to Agent Scully.
Oh, Jesus. Are you certain?
Fairly. I mean, a more detailed analysis will confirm it, but I'm pretty sure that's Scully's blood. So at the very least, we know she's been injured. Was there much blood at the scene?
Yeah, a fair amount.
Well, let's hope it's not as bad as it looks.
Yeah, okay. Thanks for the call.
Sure. If anything changes, I'll let you know.
Sure, no problem.
Oh, Agent Wilmore?
Yeah?
Keep me informed, okay?
All right, thanks.
More good news. That fisherman you interviewed yesterday, he's just been shot to death.
Oh! Give him a picture of himself to feel better. Yeah, really. Rig completed Evo, the search for Eden, in 10 hours. Pretty good accomplishment. I've never played it. I'm not familiar with that one. I guess that's challenging. I'm not sure. This is Agent Witless. You've got the wrong number. Hangs up. Yeah, really. The guy who has a crush on Dana. Oh, that's right. Yeah, Cook.
So, what happened to you?
I came in early to catch up on your work, and someone jumped me.
Why did they only take Scully's laptop?
You got me. Shanks is gonna be furious.
Not to mention Skinner.
Oh, now there's something to look forward to. First they disappear, then we lose his prize agent's confidential records. I don't know what you're involved in, but someone's got some big brass ones in order to steal equipment from an FBI field office.
The doctor guy that was on the phone was hitting on Dana. Oh!
How did you know about Wong?
What?
How did you know I went to see Wong yesterday?
You told me. Hey, I was the one hit on the head, remember?
Did you see who hit you?
Nope. Whoever did it was real quiet.
I told you about Wong? I just forgot, I guess.
Shanks isn't there. In movies and TV shows, characters never seem to say bye when they hang up. My stepfather does the same thing all the time. You know what's really weird, Sulfurian, is, well, previous job, you would call people and they just don't say anything. Like, they just pick up the phone and then they just sit there, like, waiting for you to say something. Like, you know they picked it up. I mean, it could be anything. You don't know if they picked it up or if it was just a weird click on the line or if, you know, it hung up on you or what. They don't say anything. And then you're like, hello? It's real awkward. It's like people forgot how to answer phones. Welcome to the club. It's really strange. I don't get it. I mean, they've been answering the phone with, like, you know, saying something when you pick up the line for 150 years. Auto call. No, it's like I'll call, well, for example, I would call one of my employees and you'd hear the phone pick up and then sometimes you hear, and it's like they're expecting you to say something. It's like, you're the one who picked up the phone. I don't know who it is that's on the line. At least speak, you know. It's weird. Yeah. But no, some people just are strange. It's really weird. And I never experienced that. You do that to unknown callers because most of the time it's the robots. Fair enough. And maybe that has something to do with it. Ears. I never thought about that. That is very valid. Whenever there is an auto call, it waits for you to talk to connect you to an actual person. I never thought about that. And it is so bad, too.
We got a fire on our hands.
Negomancer, how you doing? Are you feeling better? All right. Well, let's see. We didn't get anything new to to investigate. Let's see. Maybe I should check my email. To be fair, you only started doing that in the last year or two due to so many spam calls. Yeah, that's perfectly valid. I never thought about that being a reason. But if you recognize the name and number, you do say something. Yeah, and you're laying under the bed. Your neck muscles. Yeah, there you go. I hate it when that happens. I'd be working on something like working on the car, for example, where I'm having to get underneath or, you know, hold my head in weird positions to see stuff for long periods of time, and then I get bad cricks. I get the same thing here too, but I blame posture mostly. Actively discourage phone calls, so the ones you get are spam and can be safely ignored. Well, I have I've got a similar policy myself. What I do is if I don't have you in my contacts list, it'll show up sometimes unknown caller or just some random phone number I don't recognize. I generally just don't answer them. But if it shows up with a name and I recognize them, I'll answer it. So it's one of those where I don't pick up the phone and just not say anything. I just simply don't respond. I don't respond to the call at all. I don't pick it up. Trying not to say yes or no when the AI spam bots call is a skill you're trying to learn so that they can't clone your voice. Good point. But still, even if we recognize the phone number, people can say hi at least. It's bizarre. True. But that's another good thing, yeah. That and I don't answer spam calls or calls I don't recognize from phone numbers for two reasons. One, despite the fact that I've had this phone number for like 25 years, I went through a period about 4 or 5 years ago where I got a handful of calls from like a couple of collections agencies looking for some random person I'd never heard of before. So I guess they either transposed a number or it was the wrong number. So I avoid calls like that in general. I just won't answer them because if you never answer, they can never confirm that the phone number is truly active or that it's the person they're looking for, meaning they're wasting their time and eventually they'll stop. If it's spam calls, they'll still continue to call because it's robocalls. They don't care. It's a computer. It just dials numbers to see who answers. But if you never actually answer, then it may mark your number invalid. However, your voicemail always answers. So I don't know if it really I don't know how that handles those. I assume it says, oh, well, there's a voicemail, so it's an active line. It's just they're not answering. Yeah, if it's important, they'll leave a message. Exactly. So maybe I go back to this dude again. I don't know what I'm supposed to do next. Oh, that's right. I just talked to him. Never mind. Let's see. What about... We'll get back to the dock side again. Oh, wait. Stuff!
Sorry, Chief. It's a crime scene. No civilians. Hey, come on in.
Well, congratulations, old-timer. I don't know what you were doing, but you just warranted the involvement of the federal government. Lucky you.
If anyone calls you, it must be a spam call. Welcome to your club. You know what? You decided to block numbers from India, and a few months ago received tons of calls to sell me stuff I don't need. So now it's quiet. Yeah, I haven't had those in a while, although I did get... there was a period for about 2 solid years that I would get a call about once a week from... It was always an Indian call center. And they were always trying to sell me something. I forget what it was. It didn't really matter. They were just trying to sell stuff. And it got to a point where for about a period of about 3 months, they would call literally twice a day. Twice a day. It was always a different person. And they would give me the exact same line. And this happened 7 days a week. And I got so aggravated because I kept telling them, take me off your list. Take me off your list. Oh, we'll take you off the list. Well, this went on for, like I said, almost 2 years. And I finally just chewed them out. I'm like, either find somebody to get me off this list or, you know, whatever. Just get rid of it. And eventually it did stop. But my God, twice a day. Yeah. It must be popular in India. This was like a decade ago. Actually, no, it was probably closer to 14, 15 years ago because the kiddo was, she couldn't have been more than a year or two old at the time. Used to string them along by they would literally start by getting mad. Or start getting mad because their script didn't account for you asking about their day. Oh, man, I should start doing that. Ah. Morley. I like they even had the chalk outline for the body.
So what have you got?
Well, Agent Wilmore, barring any unexpected revelation, looks like somebody shot this man in the back of the head.
Have we met?
Yeah, we both worked on that kidnapping last year, remember?
Sorry.
No problem. It was a big team.
So what was the time of death?
Well, preliminarily, I'd say he's been dead for about 6 hours. So that would make the time of death early in the a.m.
What caliber weapon was used?
Big, 45 looks like, maybe a 357. Hit him in the mastoid bone. That's that big, spongy mass of bone behind the ear. It shatters more easily, so there's an inordinate amount of damage. A lot of bone fragments get driven up into the brain. That's where Oswald hit JFK.
I take it you subscribe to the lone gunman theory.
No, I think aliens killed JFK.
He either sounds bored or loving his job. It's hard to say. Hey, welcome to coroners. They're almost always creepy.
Any sign of a struggle?
Nope. Either he was totally surprised or he knew his killer.
I gather there were no witnesses.
I don't think so, but you better check with Detective Astadorian. Medical examiner
Aliens?
Didn't get much chance to interrogate bystanders.
Aliens, indeed, aliens killed JFK. And then infected his nephew.
Any idea what happened?
No.
Any thought on motive?
Robbery'd be my guess. Ask Astadorian. It's her case.
Can I get some copies of those?
Sure. Give me a name.
Craig Wilmore, FBI.
No problem. It'll take a couple days.
Okay, well, Kind of amazing.
I don't want that.
You guys like that one, huh?
What's the matter with you? Don't do that.
Yeah, you can do. There's all kinds of stuff you can do. Like you can. I better save it. I don't know if this will actually get me shot or what.
That doesn't work.
That doesn't work. Let's see, 10. Yeah, Wong. Of course, Wong's not going to respond. I don't think I've tried that before. I don't think I've ever done that. That's pretty good. Can't do that. Straight to jail. So I wonder. Sure, good boy. Well, I've never tried that either.
I can't believe I'm having to do this. After 5 years at the Bureau, you should know better. I need your badge and gun.
There you go. Yeah, I got fired. I shot a dead man. I mean, you know, it's disgusting and creepy. It's not necessarily life-threatening. Oh, is this who I think it is?
Special Agent Craig Wilmore, FBI.
FBI? What's the Bureau's interest in this case?
I'm investigating the disappearance of 2 agents.
Okay, so what's the connection to this man?
My investigation led me to this warehouse. Inside we found evidence of foul play, including the blood of one of our missing agents. I spotted Wong, asked him a few questions about the warehouse. He lied to me. Now he's dead. I'm not certain what the connection is, but I'm pretty certain there is one.
I'll buy that. Interesting. This case just went from routine to fun. Thanks.
Anytime. So, what have you got?
Harbor Master found the body. He was shot once in the back of the head, large caliber by the looks of it, no witnesses, no sign of struggle.
That's it?
So far.
He only needs the badge and the gun so that Shanks can go around randomly shooting with it too. That looks like fun. Pew pew.
So, where's the Harbor Master?
Gone for coffee.
Have you questioned him yet?
Nope. Next on my list after search boat.
After search boat, she writes it down like that.
Any thoughts on motive?
Robbery, most
Anyway,
likely.
I started blasting.
I haven't quite gotten there yet. Just about to go onto the boat.
Well, robbery seems unlikely to me. Didn't look like the old guy had much.
Probably true. But you'd be amazed at what people will kill for. He probably had a cigar box full of cash. Unless maybe he was killed for squealing to the feds.
I wish I thought that was funny.
Well, Wong didn't exactly run with the most desirable crowd.
Any reports of trouble in this area?
No. All's quiet on the waterfront.
That's too bad.
Until James Wong got shot.
Wouldn't it be nice to just pin this on gang activity and be done with it? All right, looks like it's time to board the good ship Agrippa. Care to join me?
I've got that as a sound command. I think it is ! Wong. I think.
Answer me this. Where'd he put his fish?
I can't remember. Maybe.
His catch. Where'd he put his catch? There's no freezers.
Oh, want to some wang.
Oh, wang. That's it.
Fish go? And by the looks of it, those are some pretty serious gas tanks down there. What's the matter with you?
He doesn't want to forget, that's all. Yeah, Wang is never wrong. Wong, that's right. Hey, Gregor. Welcome in, man. They are jerry cans, yeah. Old school jerry cans. Ooh. Beep. Yours are cute. That's...
A piece of coal broke off.
Interesting how the binoculars work.
It doesn't appear as any more coal can be broken off. Oh, the acid burned my armor.
So, well, there's some money. Hell banknote. What? What?
Brother, what's that?
That's what it says. Hell banknote.
Shoot him now! Shoot him now!
What the heck is that? Uh-oh. Pills. Yeah, exactly. It points at Panda. Is this aliens? Maybe it's supposed to be German money. Hell is German for bright. I didn't know that. Ew. That's so gross. I'm going to take a picture of it. Oh, I didn't mean to click on that. I meant to click that way. I was preparing for a ritual. Something. Definitely. Oh, I can go down. Look further. You never knew that? German is such an interesting language. Hell and dunkel equal bright and dark. Oh, I didn't know that. See, I learned something new.
What's the Terracon?
What?
Terracon. What is it?
I don't know. Why?
I found this slicker in the cabin labeled the Terracon.
I guess it's the name of the boat. No. This boat's called the Agrippa.
Well, I guess that adds another mystery to your list, doesn't it? Did you know Mr. Wong was taking stolen painkillers?
What the hell are you talking about?
I found a cache of pills in his cabin. No prescription labels, obviously stolen goods. Industrial state quantities, too.
How interesting. Well, that certainly adds a sordid little wrinkle to things, doesn't it?
So, you still think the motive for his murder was robbery?
Let's just see what the autopsy reveals, all right?
All you know is mein Leben.
So, what's your theory on the hold?
My guess is that Wong was not quite what he seemed. I think this boat was being used for something other than fishing, which certainly puts a spin on his murder.
Did you know fish stocks have been declining in this area recently?
No. Where'd you pick that up at?
Wong told me yesterday.
Ah, well, there's a reliable source.
I'm finished. I'm gonna take Wong here for his free ride.
Ask her to give me a call when she's finished.
Okay. It was a pretty easy morning. It shouldn't take too long.
Thanks.
If you play that backwards, it says, to win the game, you must kill John
Master's
Romero.
returned.
Or must kill me, John Romero.
Well, hello. I wish you told me there was two of you. I'd have brought another coffee.
That's all right. Agent Wilmore here is trying to cut down.
Well, still.
Oh, wow. The autopsy. If you pick a certain option, Wong will move his face. I think there's a clip of it on Elvis Joe's channel. She actually jumped. Oh, okay. I'm gonna have to check that out.
What's the Terracon?
Ocean-going tug. It burned at sea 2 months ago.
Really?
Why would Wong have a slicker from the Terracon in his cabin?
Well, I don't know. Don't think he knew those guys. They were Russian. Maybe he picked it up as scrap after the fire.
I think I remember hearing something about that. The crew all died, didn't they?
Yeah. Boat's over at the impound dock. You want to take a look?
He's seen so many dead people, it's just part of the routine for him. No big deal. Oh, well, another one.
How do these boats normally store their catch?
Well, usually they got what they call a live well in the hold. It keeps water circulating over the fish. Some of the bigger outfits will have a refrigerated holding tank.
Any idea why Wong's boat would have neither?
No, I just don't imagine he had the money to upgrade something like that. That'd have to be done in a dry dock anyway. That's pretty strange, really. I don't know why.
He sounds kind of suspicious.
How long have the fish stocks been declining around here?
Oh, a while now. Overfishing's the most likely cause, but it's gotten a lot worse the past couple of months. Most of the small guys gone out of business. Wong's the only one still holding on. Or he was.
The only person that I was familiar with right off the bat in this cast list, aside from the main characters from the X-Files, Skinner and Mulder and Scully, is actually Truett, the lady that they were talking about just a minute ago. That's the lady that plays Julie on Love Boat.
Who owns this warehouse?
Leased to a company called Majestic Shipping, out of the Far East.
Could you give me a phone number?
Well, depends on which number you want. They got offices in Hong Kong, Chechnya. So, which number?
The main number.
No, these guys don't quite work like that. But it's okay. I'll get you all the information I have.
Just fax it to me.
Fax? Can't you just use email?
How long have you known Wong?
Oh, a few years. Started docking here in '94, I think. Yeah, early '94.
Doing all right, Mar. How you doing this afternoon? Do you remember that? They still fax, man.
Did you notice anything unusual happening here last night?
No, none at all. In fact, it was real quiet.
Did Mr. Wong have any enemies?
I don't think so. I would say no, but, hell, these days, I don't know anything anymore.
These days, I don't know anything. Please stop asking me questions.
Did you know if Mr. Wong had any financial difficulties?
No, I don't. I always paid his birth fees on time. Of course, things have been hard on everybody around here lately. I imagine he was feeling it, too.
Why don't we go take a look at the Terracon?
Well, sure. Yeah, it's not far from here. Come on.
Okay, so they just leave me behind, huh? They're like, you don't get to see the Terracon. Yeah, exciting and new. Now I got you all singing it, right? All right, let's see what we have here. Is the coroner's office available? Yeah. The Terracon. Oh, okay, that's where we're headed next.
Seattle. Anyway, Coast Guard cutter, the Stalwart, saw a fire on the horizon, rushed out there. By the time they arrived, it was too late. The entire crew had burned to death.
How many men were on board?
Total of 9. Although only 4 bodies were recovered, the rest were presumed lost at sea.
What was the cause of the fire?
Never determined. They have no idea.
Look at that. Fire damage seems to be contained to the outside of the hull. Cabin and the interior don't seem to be burnt at all.
Okay, so what's your point?
Well, how was the crew killed by a fire that only burned the hull? For that matter, why did the fire only burn the hull in the first place?
You got me. You're the detectives. Look, do you mind if I go? I got a lot of forms to fill out. You know, when there's a dead body, wow, paperwork.
Sure, yeah.
Jeez.
I'll call you if I need anything.
He really sounds like he knows what he's talking about.
Well, it was nice to meet you, and I'll fax you those phone numbers.
Dead body. Wow, the
Well,
paperwork.
it's just you and me.
You mean the FBI agent you play can only move by teleporting 4 or 5 feet in front of himself, turns at weird 45 to 90 degree angles? No wonder they walked ahead. Yeah, they're like, screw this guy. It's going to take forever for him to show up. Not bad. Put new trunk liner in my car. Oh, did you? Did you put new trunk liner in your car? The rubber. Oh, yeah. Oh, gotcha. Was that a challenge? I'm trying to figure, because I know, depending on the vehicle, particularly SUVs, popular ones here, you can get aftermarket liners for a lot of them. But I've never actually had to replace. I've never been able to replace one in any of the cars I've ever owned. And I needed one desperately in an old Impala I had, because it was rotted away and just gone. Made you cut it with. Oh, you have a crossover. Yeah, it's probably one that has a little more configurable of an option. You can buy them on Amazon somewhat cheap. Yeah, that's true. This boat reminds you of the movie USS Nimitz for some strange reason. I forget what the story was on that. I was familiar with the film. Oh, wait, there's a handprint there. And, yeah, I think I missed that. A handprint. There's 2 bodies, like shadows, but basically Hiroshima or Nagasaki shadows. Like some kind of a nuclear event or a radio wave event. Crossover is that felt-looking floor in the back, and don't trust your mom with food bags. Yeah, I can definitely understand. Plus, it'll help preserve it for anything else. You can feel a little more comfortable about putting stuff in there that you otherwise would be a little bit skeptical. Like, for example, if I change the oil and I take the old oil to have it recycled, I hate putting it in my car because no matter how much I clean the bottle, I'm afraid that it's gonna be a little bit on it, and then of course it's impossible to get it out of the carpet or anything else. So I'm like sticking it in bags, trying to protect it, you know. Yes, the USS Nemesis. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's the one that traveled back to 1941, forcing the crew to decide whether to change history. Yeah, that's right. I forgot about that. You know, despite all the grisly scenes in this game, playing this as a kid really made you want to go to Seattle. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to read that. Anybody read Russian?
We got one!
Thank you for that follow. Welcome to the channel. I think I missed a thanks for the follow earlier as well. I think it happened right as I went to away. Well, thank you, Mar. Thank you very much for that. The Kirk Douglas and Martin Sheen. Oh, yeah. The Final Countdown. That was actually a good movie. Granted, that's not really the theme song to it, but that's all I can ever think of when I see that name. Oh. Do I recognize any of these names? Of course, it's all written in Cyrillic, so I wouldn't recognize it if I could. And the song gets stuck in your head. It's just something catchy. Not just in Cyrillic. It's in cursive Cyrillic on top of that. There is one name that shows up frequently. This one. I've seen this one on several pages, not just these two, but oops. Oh, I kept the book. Okay. You've used the phone to translate games before? Yeah, I do that too. I wouldn't even know how to begin.
Let me know if you see anything.
Good God, woman. You go around the corner and she's like, hi there.
This place looks like it's already been dusted for prints.
Oh, yeah, so it has. Probably from the first investigation into the fire. Hey, this is strange. It looks like there's a fresh set of prints over the top of the old ones. Yeah, somebody's put their hand on this after it's already been dusted. Either that's pretty sloppy police work or somebody else has been here.
Well, we better have them lifted.
Would a rolling office chair on a boat be a good idea? I guess it depends. Yeah, I mean, I could imagine that sucker'd be rolling back and forth. On a small ship like this, a small boat like this, it's supposed to be a tugboat. It's not like it's, you know, a big cruise liner or an aircraft carrier, which probably sits a little more stable in the water. I say a little more. I'm not saying it won't rock. Obviously, they do if it gets really extreme, but she popped out of nowhere before. She popped out of nowhere there for sure. Like, that was just sudden. There was no transition for her. It's like you turn the corner and boom, she's right in your face. Maybe the chair has special brakes. Hey, you know, that wouldn't be too difficult to include. A small sensor of some kind, a mechanical one at that. You sit in a chair and it releases the brake itself so that you can roll around freely. But when you stand up, it turns the brake on the wheels to keep them from rolling. I could imagine something like that. I wonder if anybody's ever invented something like that. Yeah, besides me.
I'm not having much luck over here so far.
The plotter chase is on X. Wait. Yeah, in 2004, the Tic Tac encounter. Wait, I missed something. You heard the USS Nimitz had a bizarre encounter in the past. Something definitely seemed unusual. Yeah, in 2004, Tic Tac encounter. The pilot who chases it is on X, and she is actively with the UFO community. She is very cool. You invented something like that. Don't steal it, please.
I bet the previous investigation was less than thorough. We should go over this thing with a fine-tooth comb.
Anybody got a fine-tooth comb? We ain't found... Oh, wait. Yeah. I swear Tuvok pops in wearing his Spaceballs helmet, dragging a pick through the desert. The legally binding mine. Please do not steal. Yeah, right. Hasn't it been semi-confirmed as a hoax now? You legit do want to believe, but it sucks when something gets as high profile as that. Are you serious? That this is something that supposedly happened? The Tic Tac encounter? What is that? Now I want to look this up. I go to start typing it in, and yes, indeed, the Tic Tac UFO encounter. The Pentagon videos are selected. Visual recordings. Forward-looking infrared targeting cameras from the USS or the United States Navy fighter jets based on the aircraft carriers USS Nimitz and the Theodore Roosevelt in 2004, 2014, and 2015, with additional footage taken by other Investigated radar indications of possible target off the coast of Southern California. Fravor said the operator told him that the USS Princeton, part of the strike group, had been tracking unusual aircraft for 2 weeks prior to the incident. Interesting. Huh. I don't know if I'd ever heard this. It doesn't sound very familiar. A small whitish object dubbed the Tic Tac that was recorded flying across the sea by either an aircraft carrier or some jets. Huh, interesting. I don't know what that is, but I'm taking a picture of it anyway. That takes us back down.
I can't help but feel like we've missed something.
I'm working on it, lady. I'm working on it. All right, give me a break here. I'm trying to find stuff. Mama! If it is real, I think it's probably an advanced jet or not alien. I'd say it's always best to go with the simplest solution. It's the more likely. There are so many countries, so many governments, so many militaries that have different secret stuff they don't want you to know about or anybody to know about because, military secrets and stuff. And having that kind of fear, I could see, could possibly be useful. Make people keep guessing. In fact, as far as you remember, the Tic Tac UFOs referred to the unidentified flying object spotted by the Navy pilots in 2004. They're described as small white oval, shape capable of extreme speed and maneuverability, defying known physics. And these Tic Tac UFO sightings were discussed in U.S. congressional hearings 2023, 2020. I do remember there was some hearings like in 2024 that got some press here. And I tried to follow. I didn't really quite understand what they were, like what was going on. They get so hokey sometimes. It's really hard to believe some of it, think most of it, if not all UFO sightings, are experimental military aircraft, spy aircraft, or drones. I think drones pretty much account for a great deal of them nowadays because it's such an easy thing for people to just fly. And in a lot of cases, it's not even intentional. It's just because there's so many different configurations of drones. That's when you got all the interested in them. The conclusion was it's not made by the U.S., it's terrestrial, but the U.S. doesn't want to be shown that it can't make these jets. See if I can find whatever it is she wants me to find.
Noticing you're struggling to touch the...
Let's see if she says anything else. Oh, yeah.
Come with me. I want to show you something. See these outlines here?
Trivia time!
Yeah, it's kind of frightening, isn't it? What causes it?
I have no idea.
It reminds me of pictures I've seen of Hiroshima.
How's that?
Well, the blast from the bomb left the outline of people behind. I don't know why. I can barely remember it. I was only a kid when I saw the picture. Jesus, scared the bejesus out of me.
And I have to go back to her and ask her about the other one. UFOs are, I've got it right here, Mar. We're going to do one in just a second here. UFOs are still fascinating anyway, but as you mentioned, it's hard to believe because it's weird, yeah. And there's also a lot of possible answers. And then, of course, you got pranksters like the crop circles guys, the two guys from England that claimed they were the ones responsible for the crop circles back in, what, late 60s, I think it was, or early 70s. And even showed how they did it. And all that kind of stuff. Of course, then it was such a worldwide phenomenon by the time they admitted it that there were so many copycats that it's hard to really know. Of course, that's, resulted in the movie Signs, or at least part of the story behind it anyway. Let's see here. Good DS9 question. Let's see. Some of the questions for this can be very difficult. I remember the name of that, but my God, trying to remember what episode title. That's a whole other story. Let's see. Let's see if somebody knows this answer. Mar, I hope you're prepared for this one. This is a question about Quark. Who acted as Quark's financial advisor in Rules of Acquisition? Was it Ishka, Ram, Nog, or Pell? Who acted as Quark's financial advisor in Rules of Acquisition? Ishka, Ram, Nog, or Pell? It wasn't coffee, though. Mars says Ishka, and Echo says Ram. For chance to stream, you say probably Ram. If only he'd listened to Ram more often. It's Ram or Nog. One is his brother. I think Nog was his brother, right? But he was kind of goofy. Like, he was a bit of a ditz. Brother. Was Ram his brother? I know one of them was his brother, and he was kind of a goofball. And I can't remember which one it was. Nog is his son. Okay. Yeah, I couldn't remember which one was which. Nog was the son. Yeah, his son was smart, but Ram was a bit of a ditz. He seemed decent enough for a Ferengi, but a ditz nonetheless. All right, where's the answer to this? Oh, my. Oh, my. It was Coffee's declared that she was right. It was her. Ishka was mom. wasn't it? Might have been, actually. I don't remember for sure. You found an interesting quote about the hearing in July 2023. Retired Navy Commander David Fravor testified before the House Oversight Committee about the 2004 encounter with a tic-tac-shaped object while flying near the USS Nimitz. Other witnesses included former intelligence officer David Grush, claimed that information about UAPs had been withheld from Congress. Fascinating and intriguing. It really is kind of intriguing. Mom has the lobes of the family. Or was that the bar helper? Actually, you're going to say Pell. Okay. All right. Well, you guys are going to be pretty amazed at the answer. It was always coffee, according to Echo. Yeah. The answer to that question was actually Pell. Pell was the one responsible. I don't remember who Pell was. Pell is the female Ferengi. Oh, that's right. I remember Pell now.
This looks interesting.
Looks like Cyrillic. Seattle PD has a task force investigating smuggling out of the former Soviet Union. They've got a full-time translator over there. I can get it translated.
Okay.
Well, that was easy. I thought certainly you would give me grief about that.
No, if Seattle PD has the resources, let's take advantage of them.
Well, that's a commendable attitude.
So I can't ask her any more questions? I don't understand. Yeah, okay. Mulder and Scully appearing from behind a couch saying, it was just a prank, bro, is the next scene. Yeah, it probably scared the hell out of me doing it, too. Both wearing gray alien masks. Watch Fravor and Dietrich's interviews on YouTube. They are fascinating. Dietrich is the pilot who is on X. She interacts with her UFO fans. Oh, interesting. Interesting. All right, so let's exit here. Take a quick look around the top, and what do we have? Anything interesting? That takes us into the bridge. Oops. That also takes us to the bridge. I assume that, yeah, that takes us to the bridge as well. All right, one last time to talk to her. Oh, where'd she go?
What's the matter with you?
All right. Let's see. I think we're done here for the moment.
I don't want that.
All right, let's save it here. And I hate to say it, but I got to call it for today. This seems as good a place as any to stop for now. What is today? Monday. Today is Monday, so tomorrow, 5 p.m., I'll be back with more King's Quest 4. That's Eastern time. And we're going to pick this up on Wednesday morning at 8 a.m. I feel like there's probably only two more streams maybe to finish this, if that. It's not necessarily a really long game. It's really only long when you get stuck trying to find some little bitty object that you can't just easily click on. It was a fun game to stream. It's when it's moving right along, it's interesting to watch. But you can get stuck in an area and think you're working on something, and it just doesn't really give you any feedback. You kind of have to guess and figure things out on your own. But it is overall a pretty good game. It's pretty fun to play through. Thank you, Echo. Oh, yeah, one other thing to bring up. This is something that I had heard or read. I think it was on my Discord. Somebody posted it. But apparently they're discontinuing Leisure Suit Larry, the original series, on Steam. I'm curious as to why. If anybody has any information on that, I'd love to hear it. Just stick it in my Discord. I think that would be kind of relevant to the whole retro channel. First, I want to say thank you very much to a handful of people here, for all of which, actually to everybody here, not just a handful, but everybody that's come in and chatted or alert. Thank you so much for being here. The handful of people, I wanted to say thank you very much for the follows, for the stream streaks. Keep up the stream streaks. I really appreciate those. You'd be surprised how much of a difference that makes. Let's see here. And yeah, you guys are great. Oh yes, and the $4 donation to Ko-Fi or Coffee. I'm not sure how you pronounce that. Thank you very much for that. I don't know exactly who you are. I hate that I don't have a way to look at that more directly. I'd love to be able to thank you personally. But thank you very much for that. And with that being said, let's see if we can find somebody to raid into, and we'll pick this back up tomorrow evening. Well, pick up streaming tomorrow evening. Who do we have? Ooh, in fact, yeah, let's check this. I know who we're going to stream into. Yes, that's exactly where I was going. You want to hit it there, Echo? I want to say thank you all for being here. You guys are wonderful. Mac is currently doing Daikatana in the Game Boy Color. So definitely unique. Something I have never seen before. I didn't even know there was a Game Boy Color version of this game. So, Daikatana, Mac's channel. Thank you very much for the follow. Welcome to the channel. And let's go check out Mac. See you guys over there. You have a wonderful week. Be safe, and I'll see you tomorrow night. Bye.